Good. Call this meeting to order, June 16th, 2026. Please stand and join us for the Pledge of Allegiance. All right, good morning, everyone. We do have a quorum present this morning with all 5 commissioners in attendance. Commissioners, if you've had a chance to review the agenda and you have no additions or changes, I'd entertain a motion for approval.
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Jones. Do we have a second? Second by Commissioner Toman. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, nay. Motion's unanimous. Real quick, first off, apologize for the delayed start. We pushed it back to 10 a.m. To attend the Honorable Judge Stith's robing ceremony, which took place this morning at 9 a.m. upstairs. It ran over a little bit, and then we ran into some IT technical issues. So we got some ground to make up this morning here, but we will give the process due diligence and continue to work right through it. So also, since there's obviously a room filled for what I would consider obvious reasons today, that particular item on the agenda is under the action and presentation items, which is going to be more for the governing body and the selected appointees. So if there are members of the public that wish to get up and speak, we would ask that you get up under the county resident comments and concerns portion this morning. We are going to limit that to 3 minutes, but that is just before tab C. If you have the agenda, if you don't, they're on the wall over there. So with that, commissioners, we'll move right along into tab A, which is the public hearing section for a couple of budget amendments this morning. First being resolution 2606 CL02, a budget amendment to increase the fire marshal's operating budget for unanticipated professional services costs related to additional firefighter services. Joining us this morning is Accounting Specialist Rebecca Romero. Good morning.
Good morning. Yes, this amendment will decrease the general fund reserves to provide the necessary funding for the fire marshal's operating budget. The additional funding will cover the shortfall associated with vouchers currently being processed by the accounting office and will also provide funding for the remaining invoices from the city of Green River related to the May 2026 services that have not been received yet.
Thanks, Rebecca. Questions on the amendment, commissioners? Not, we do need to open this up for a public hearing. So at this time, if there's anyone online or in the audience that would like to speak to this budget amendment for the fire marshal's budget, now would be the appropriate time. Seeing and hearing none, we'll go ahead and close the public hearing. And commissioners, what's your pleasure?
Chairman,
Commissioner Richards.
move resolution 26-06-CL-02, budget amendment in the amount of $25,126.
A motion to approve resolution 2606 CL02 by Commissioner Richards. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Slaughter. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, nay. Motion's unanimous. Second item under the first tab A of public hearings is resolution 2606 CL03, a budget amendment to transfer funds within the Human Resources Department, increasing personnel and decreasing operating. I'll hand it back to Rebecca.
Yes, this amendment reflects the updated amount needed for the Human Resources Department to cover the current shortfall in the personnel budget. The original estimate provided by the department did not anticipate employees working in excess of 40 hours during the holiday work week, resulting in a higher personnel expenditure than originally projected. This transfer will fully offset the existing shortfall and bring the personnel account to zero. As this is a line-to-line transfer within their department, this will not reduce the general fund reserves in any way.
Very good. Thanks, Rebecca. Questions for staff on the amendment, commissioners? With none, we do need to open this to a public hearing. So at this time, if there's anyone online or in the audience who would like to speak to the budget amendment within the HR department, now would be the appropriate time. Seeing and hearing none, we'll go ahead and close the public hearing. Commissioners, what's your pleasure?
Mr. Chairman, I would move to approve resolution 26-06 CL03, budget amendment to increase personnel for the HR department in the amount of $260.69.
Second.
Do you have a motion to approve Resolution 2606 CL03 by Commissioner Slaughter? We got a second by Commissioner Jones. It's all good. Any discussion? Hearing none, all is in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion's unanimous. Thanks, Rebecca.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. It's going to move us to tab B, which is two public hearings for the Planning and Zoning Department this morning. First is the certificate of a resolution to the 2015 Sweetwater County Zoning Resolution 2026-06-CC-02 for sections 15 and 21. Joining us this morning is County Planner Cassidy Brown. Good morning, Cassidy.
Good morning, Chairman and Commissioners. So this morning, thanks, Eric. For this first one here, really, we're just going through, we've gone through the process, had our 45-day comment period, and are now just looking to certify the changes to the zoning resolution as a language amendment. What we're doing is wanting to change the term establishment that we've previously defined as any business regulated by the Sweetwater County sexually oriented business regulations. Establishment is used several other times in the zoning resolution, not meaning sexually oriented businesses. So we just wanted to clarify that and make that known for everyone there. And all that's left to do now is to certify that change and move forward with adopting that resolution. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Cassidy. Appreciate that. Any questions for staff on the zoning resolution before you, Commissioners? Just for clarity, there's two signature pages in there. Do we just need to approve the resolution, or is there two actions we're looking for?
Yeah, so the one is a certification page and then the other one is the resolution.
Okay, so we need separate action on both of those?
Oh, no, just one action, sorry,
Okay.
for the resolution.
To certify the resolution.
Mhm.
Very good. Additional questions, Commissioners? And I believe we still need to do a public hearing on this. Yeah. So at this time, we'll open this up for a public hearing. If there's anyone online or in the audience that would like to speak to the certified resolution, now would be the appropriate time. Seeing and hearing none, we'll go ahead and close the public hearing. And Commissioners, what's your pleasure?
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Jones.
I'll even wait for you this time. Move to approve, nope, I just closed it out, sorry. Resolution 2606-CC-02, proposed language amendments, 2015 Sweetwater County zoning resolution, section 15 sexually oriented businesses and section 21 definitions.
That cover it?
If Commissioner Jones could certify that resolution, just amend his motion there.
Amend my motion to certify that resolution.
Very good. We do have a motion to certify the resolution to the 2015 Sweetwater County Zoning Resolution 2026-06-CC-02 for sections 15 and 21 by Commissioner Jones. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Slaughter. Discussion on the resolution. Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, nay. Motion's unanimous. It's going to take us to item number 2 under tab B this morning, which is Resolution 26-06-ZO-01, a temporary hardship exception for a temporary dwelling to be used by applicants on the property located at Lot 7 of the Billy Goat subdivision. We'll hand it back to Cassidy.
Great, thank you, Mr. Chair. So property owner for this application is Lisa and Robert Adams, and the applicants are Shane and Andrea Ellsworth. The current zoning of the property is rural residential, and the existing infrastructure is Rams Head Circle, Yellowstone Road, 10 Mile Water and Sewer District, and Fire District Number 1 response area. Here we have our zoning map, and you can see that this is a rural residential zoned neighborhood. And that brings us to our application summary. So Shane and Andrea Ellsworth's application was originally entered into our permitting system on April 15th, 2026. Once staff had the chance to review the application for all required information, we posted public notice near the location for a period of 14 days, and all adjacent property owners were notified with a comment form asking comments to be returned to our office by April 29th of 2026. We did receive a few negative comments where there were concerns from adjacent property owners, and so that triggered the public hearing process. And we once again invited comments from adjacent property owners regarding this request as part of the public hearing process. The Aylesworths are requesting a temporary use permit for a temporary hardship exception to use RVs parked on property owned by Lisa and Robert Adams, who are Mrs. Aylesworth's parents, as a temporary dwelling for their family. This request would allow the applicant to have access to care/assistance provided by Mrs. Adams that has been deemed medically necessary by the Aylesworth's doctor. If approved, this request would be valid for a period of 1 year, at which time the Aylesworths may request renewal of the permit yearly for as long as the temporary use is needed. This will require filing a new temporary hardship exception application and also obtaining signed statement from a medical professional indicating that the medical necessity still exists. So here we have our public notice that we posted, as well as a view to the north, south, east, and west of the property. And then we also provided some more images as well, just so you could see the layout of the property and everything, kind of get a feel for it. So from Yellowstone Road, you can see the RVs that are located on the property. And then you can also see the boundary between the properties that are 2 Rams Head Circle and 4 Rams Head Circle. So the neighbor that's directly adjacent to the applicants, on the opposite side of them, it's Yellowstone Road. So that's why we provided this view though here. So that'll bring us into our temporary use permit review criteria. And the first is that there shall be not adversely affect adjacent properties. This request shouldn't. So adjacent property owners have stated adverse effects during the public comment period. They said that there's an increase in noise, lack of privacy, but we've had other adjacent property owners state that there has been no adverse impact to them. Staff has visited the property on multiple occasions, and we've found the property to be orderly and well-maintained. Also, I'd like to state that one of the adjacent property owners that wrote comments in and everything, and it did attend at the P&Z meeting last week, called our office and said that they felt that we heard what they had to say and that their issues were resolved there. Second, the request is compatible with the existing or allowable uses of adjacent properties. And a request for 1 temporary dwelling is a compatible use for residential zone districts. What is being proposed here is the use for more than 1. And so that's where we get a little bit tricky with the zoning resolution. 3, the request can demonstrate adequate provision for maintenance of the use and associated structures. And adequate infrastructure exists for a temporary dwelling unit to be utilized as it currently is on the property. 5, the request is minimized to the greatest degree possible adverse effects on the natural environment. Again, property is well maintained, it's tidy. All of the persons residing at the property are using the sanitary and kitchen facilities within the primary dwelling, not within the RVs themselves. And that's according to the applicant. The request shall not create undue traffic congestion, and that's not a issue that staff foresees occurring there. 7, the request will not adversely affect the public health, safety, or welfare. And again, we have had some concerns raised by adjacent property owners, and we will get into that. The comments are attached to the presentation that we provided. 8, the request conforms to all applicable provisions of this resolution. The applicants are currently residing, well, at the time, they were residing in 3 RVs on the Adams's property. They are now residing in 2 of the RVs on the property, with 1 of the RVs up for sale. And the zoning resolution allows for 1 RV to be used as a temporary dwelling. All right, so then I've got attached here all of the comments that we received. Some are raising concerns, but to not read through each and every one of them. We do have the applicants here today, and then we also have adjacent property owners here today. If any of them would like to speak, they're here. But at the June 10th, 2026 Planning and Zoning meeting, the P&Z board voted 3-0 to recommendation or approval of Resolution 2606-Z001 with staff recommended conditions, and then clarifying language added to condition 1, specifically limiting the number of RVs permitted to be used as temporary dwelling units to 2. So the conditions that staff recommended and that the P&Z board recommended approval of were that the permit is specific to the applicants, Shane and Andrea Aylesworth, and their children for the use of 2 RVs as temporary dwelling units. Second, the use of generators to power the RVs is not permitted. 3, applicants must continue to use the sanitary and kitchen facilities in the primary dwelling. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Cassidy. Appreciate the background there. Any questions for staff, commissioners, in regards to the temporary hardship? One question I have is, should the applicant be the property owner rather than the family, if you will, living in the temporary dwelling? It seems like if the property owner owns the land that the temporary dwelling would be sitting on, that technically it should go. Can you explain that process?
So the applicants are the ones they're actually needing the medical assistance for Mr. Aylesworth. So that's why he's listed as they're listed as the applicant for the temporary hardship exception, because they'd require the assistance of residing on the property.
Mr. Chairman, there's also many cases, and it happens quite frequently, that you'll have an applicant different than the owner. The key is consent of the owner, which they have granted on the application and have signed that. So ultimately, the applicant and the owner are going to be responsible if there are any issues.
Very good. Additional questions for staff, commissioners? Sounds like the applicant is here in attendance. Are there any questions for the applicant? If not, we do need to open this up for a public hearing. So at this time, if there's anyone online or in the audience that would like to speak to the proposed temporary hardship exception, now would be the appropriate time. Good morning.
I'm Andrea. I'm one of the applicants. My husband isn't here because he's still not feeling good. But I just wanted to clarify the reason why we are asking for 2 trailers is because I have my daughter in one living area. My son is sleeping on the kitchen table that's folded down, and then I'm sleeping on the other bed. My husband has to sleep in a chair because he can't lay on his back because of oxygen, and he's on an oxygen tank. And I don't have room for all of us to pile up into one trailer. We do handle our trash and our dog waste every Sunday. We take it to the Rock Springs dump. We keep our place clean. We keep the dogs quiet. Everybody's in their own fence. We just try to keep to ourselves. You know, we're not looking for any attention or anything else like that. We just are trying to get on our feet. And I'm the only income right now in my household, besides my kids at work a day or two, because one's taking a CDL class, one just graduated high school. So I just need a little bit of time to get on my feet, and then we'd be moving on. We don't want to be there anymore, and nobody else wants us here.
Yeah.
This is just the safest net that I can find for my family.
Very good. Appreciate that.
Thank
Appreciate the
you.
comments. Anyone else who would like to speak under the public hearing portion? If not, we'll go ahead and close the public hearing. And commissioners, what's your pleasure?
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Richards.
I attended the planning and zoning meeting on this issue, and I've gone out and taken a look at the property, and I'm convinced that the impact of approving this hardship exception will be minimal to the community, and will be a great benefit to the applicants in a time of need. So I'm in support of this, and I'd move to approve resolution 26-06-ZO-01 for a temporary use permit for hardship exception.
Do a motion to approve Resolution 2606Z001 by Commissioner Richards. Do we have a second?
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Toman.
I would second that.
Got a second by Commissioner Toman. Is there any further discussion? Yeah, I appreciate the explanation. I, obviously read through the packet, and with the residential use and the compatible use being one temporary dwelling, I had concerns about the second, but it sounds like that's been addressed, and we wish you well with getting back on your feet. So thanks for coming today. Additional discussion? Hearing none, we do have a motion and a second on the table. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, nay. Motion's unanimous. It's going to bring us to the county resident comments and concerns portion of the agenda. This time, Chairman Nemec, you want to come first, or do you want to wait until okay. If there's anyone online or in the audience that would like to address the governing body, now is the appropriate time. We do limit this to 3 minutes, and given the obvious process of why most of us are here, we will welcome Chairman Tony Nemec, the Republican Central Committee Chairman. Good morning, sir.
Thank you. That was a whole minute there I needed, but
Your time starts now.
thank you. On the 2nd of June, the Board of County Commissioners notified the Sweetwater County Republican Party about a official vacancy in the office of the Sweetwater County Sheriff. On 13 June, County Republican Party met, interviewed candidates, and we are happy to announce that we selected 3 to forward to the Board of County Commissioners. Those applicants are Rich Fisher, Richie Como, and Ozzie Knezovich. I'll stand for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Any questions for Chairman Nemec, Commissioners? Appreciate the communication and the process. It feels like we just went through one of these, I guess probably because we did. But job well done in the organization and following statute and working with us. So we appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, I would too like to just mention the fact that Tony did get the memo on what proper attire was for today.
It's because it's budget day. Anyone else who would like to address the governing body? Senator Cole, good morning to you, sir.
Morning, Chairman West, Board of County Commissioners. So I was here for other things this morning, and I just stop in and ask the board, Mr. Chairman, is there any concerns that you'd like me to address and know about as a senator within the county? And so it's a kind of an open-ended question. I have a lot on the agenda today, but I thought I'd ask at my own peril, and so shoot away if there's any questions to the board.
Our minds are a little flooded today, as you might be able to imagine. But shooting from the hip, I would say that I know you're chairman of the Gaming Commission Committee. I think it's committee. Is that accurate?
Task force.
Task force. Okay. And so there's been lots of discussion about, the 1% that comes back to cities in the county, and that's not a fair percentage. And so I'm curious on your thoughts with that. Obviously, it's tough to increase anything on a percentage base or percentage share coming out of the east side of the state, it seems. But if those conversations taken place, I know we've briefly had these conversations in the past, but I've had some pressure recently due to contracts with Wyoming Horse Racing and our local events complex. And so while you're here, I thought it was appropriate to ask.
Well, thanks for the question. Yes, that's one of the topics that as chairman of the Senate side, I'm going to address it. We have a draft bill they're working on right now with the LSO. There's no change to the percentages yet. I mean, that's a touchy subject. So I guess the good news is there's no decrease. I think we're talking about just what's fair and how do we change the revenue side of the equation for the state. And locally, what does that mean? Maybe it's a lot higher fee for the gaming license. That might be one avenue. Or there's a couple other things that the breakage and where to do with that money, which is the rounding error. That's being talked about. So it hasn't been decided. Nothing's been decided yet. But we are looking at the revenue side. That's one of the charges from Management Council that authorized the task force, that we are to look at the revenue. And I assure you, Mr. Chairman, we are. It's a complex issue because there's many different kinds of gaming that we're talking about, but if we're talking about HHR, historical horse racing, there's the biggest the biggest, elephant in the room. And we're now talking about a $3 billion revenue industry. So I am of the belief that it eclipses travel and tourism. I mean, the way they do the metrics on the money, how it turns, this is straight up $3 billion. So this is by far second to minerals in the state of Wyoming right now, and it's growing exponentially. So we are looking at it. And if you had anybody that wanted to participate or contact me directly about what's going on with the revenue side of the equation when it comes to gaming, I'm certainly happy to have a conversation or have someone testify remotely or come to a meeting and testify. There'll be one in Evanston. But it is something we're currently talking about. So I don't have a definitive answer on how we're going to skin the cat, as they say, but we're working on it. And I assure you, Mr. Chairman, there's going to be an outcome of this. There's going to be a change to how we collect the revenue. Just the question is just how do we go about doing it?
Sure. No, I appreciate that. And I appreciate your work on the local control parameters that you worked on down there. I just think in a $3 billion industry, when we're bringing back roughly 1.3 million, the conversation's deserved. And, especially for those host counties that are actually putting on the horse racing. And so, be more than willing to be involved with those conversations. But while you were here, that's the first thing that came to mind. Other than that, we've got about 1,200 miles of county roads that we could use some help on. So any assistance there is also appreciated.
Well, if it's a fuel tax, Mr. Chairman, probably not going to happen anytime soon. I understand. We've got a bunch of wants and needs and priorities, and state does also. We're all my goal is to be fair to Sweetwater County, to be fair to the state of Wyoming, and not break the industry. In all honesty, that's part of the conversation also. Are they near being broken? I think not, when they're spending, I don't know, a very large amount of money in Evanston for that facility. So we're moving towards consolidation, just kind of give you a broader look on what we're asking for. We're trying to get them to consolidate instead of having all these different venues and places to game. We're trying to consolidate it in one location, if possible, make it a destination. And that's the way the industry's going with the massive investments they're putting in. So by all means, Mr. Chairman and Board of County Commissioners, I think they're doing pretty well, the gaming industry. It's lucrative. And I aim to level the playing field a little bit and make it fairer for us here locally and for the state.
Appreciate that. Additional questions, Commissioner Richards?
Mr. Chairman. Senator Culp, thanks for visiting with us. It's always great. You're always, a legislator in the room who's willing to engage with us, and I appreciate that. Word came out of the State Board of Equalization last week that they were not going to certify residential property tax assessments. Do you have any insight into that and what kind of effect that's going to have on us down here on the ground?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Richards, I've got some news today that I probably shouldn't share, but they're moving forward with dealing with this here today. Obviously, from my understanding of being a county commissioner and hearing what the assessor told me as a county commissioner, you can't send out tax assessments without it being certified by the state. That's my understanding of the situation. So it's obviously, frankly, a crisis. But I've got some assurances it's being dealt with. And I guess I'll just go with that. I think they're going to handle this. It's unfortunate that this happened this way because it's put everybody in a bind, frankly. I mean, as you all understand, it's a mess. And so we're going to deal with it. We'll deal with it legislatively if we have to and refine what we've done. I'll just tell the Board of County Commissioners that the reason why that was extended was to try to stave off the 50% property tax reduction coming up here, to try to dull the tip of it. So it isn't so supportive, I think, because I think it's devastating, a 50% property tax reduction. And I think only because it affects special districts, as you well know, more than anyone, which no one's even contemplated. Frankly, they've gone in indebtedness. FD1, we'll just use that as an example. they've built things which they have a debt they have to service. And I find it horrifically inappropriate to cut them off at the knees for their revenue without taking that into consideration. So there's a bunch to it, but I think in the way of the certification goes, hopefully the courts are going to make a decision on this and put a stay on it. And the county will be able to send out tax assessments. That's what I know about it. I'm not in the Department of Equalization on the board, but that's my best information, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Jones?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Cole, you kind of touched on it, but I think the message, if you would take back to Cheyenne from here, is that it doesn't appear from our side, our standpoint, that complete conversations are taking place when it surrounds taxes in particular. All kinds of things have been thrown out. Math on barroom napkins, basically. In particular, the 2% sales tax to replace property tax. That math doesn't work. It takes a very basic calculator to figure that out. So I guess I'm open to have any conversation, but I think that's the point we're missing. The conversation isn't out there. The ideas are out there. The chest pounding is out there. The rah-rah is out there. But the end result is not considered and not discussed. And I think this is a perfect example. It's turned into a fiasco, and I think we have more coming. So ask for a full conversation.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Jones, I couldn't agree with you more. I think, as I've made a comment before, some folks are just mathematically challenged and they can't do the numbers or don't want to do the numbers, but you're exactly right. It doesn't pencil out. The number has to be considerably higher than that if you're going to replace property tax with a sales tax. I think what I see right now is it's not going to be supported in the Senate. Even though there is some folks in there that would support it, that do. They want to get rid of property taxes altogether, which is great to live in a fantasy land, but if you want services and things that go along with the property, well, it costs some money to do that. So I agree. It doesn't work. I think if they want to go down that road, they're going to have to talk about realistic sales tax numbers, and they're not there yet. I think there's enough sane folks, I'll just say that way, that understand that the numbers don't work. And I'll just say to the board, I stand up and try to protect Sweetwater County from these crazy decisions. And I say, the property tax or the tax revisions that we're talking about that just don't fit our county. And look forward to an active conversation with the board on as this develops, because I couldn't possibly tell you what crazy stuff's coming. I mean, I'll take it as it comes, but if we work together, I think we can make our best case.
Mr. Slaughter?
Mr. Chairman, in the essence of time, I'd just like to thank Senator Cole for being here today. Lots of questions. We certainly would like to have conversations with you on many of these issues. But as you can see, our agenda today is going to go until the early evening at least. So I will save those and just thank you again for being here.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks for being here. And the message to the public is the voters have a choice. You want services or not? It'll be devastating to small districts, especially like Farson. They'll completely collapse all their services if that initiative passes. So thank you.
Mr. Chairman, as stated by Commissioner Tolman, the voters will have their choice, and if that's what they want to do, then that's my marching orders. And I'll try to do just like everybody here will deal with it. Just think that people should be informed, though, about what it really means for their services. But thank you for my chance to comment. And sorry to belabor this, Mr. Chairman, but I thought it's an opportunity when I showed up to ask my board of county commissioners what you'd like, and appreciate the feedback and information.
No, thanks for coming over this morning. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
We're still under the county resident comments and concerns portion of the agenda. If there's anyone else that would like to address the governing body, now is your opportunity. Last call. We'll go ahead and close the county residents' comments and concerns portion of the agenda, and that's going to move us right along into tab C, Commissioners. Before you under tab C today is the consent agenda consisting of 12 items. First being the approval of the June 2nd, 2026 meeting minutes. Second is the approval of the county vouchers, the warrants, the expenditure approval listing, and the Commissioners' report. Third is the approval of bonds. Fourth is the approval of the monthly reports. Fifth is the approval of the abates and rebates. Sixth is the approval of the hospital maintenance expenditures. Seventh is a grant agreement between the Wyoming Office of State Lands and Investments and Sweetwater County. 8 is a request to restaff a vacant position in the detention center. 9 is a request to hire a full-time deputy county coroner in the county coroner's office. 10 is a request for the approval of the fiscal year 2027 at-will employment contract for Kayla Cappers. 11 is a request for the approval of the fiscal year 2027 at-will employment contract for R. Crystal Lopez. Lastly, item number 12 is a request to ratify the Coalition of Local Governments comments on the Bureau of Land Management Wyoming's 2026 third quarter competitive lease sale draft EA. Commissioners, at this time, I would ask if there are any requests to remove any items off of the consent agenda for further discussion.
Mr. Chairman, I would request that we remove item C9, the request to hire the full-time deputy county coroner. Reason behind it, Mr. Chairman, is I don't think that it really fits under what we have used as criteria for items on our consent agenda. I think that we're adding a position rather than refilling positions, and I think it just warrants a little bit more discussion.
Very good. Thank you, sir. Are there any other requests to remove any items off the consent agenda? Now I'd entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda as amended with the removal of item C9.
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Jones. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Tillman. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion's unanimous. That'll bring us back to what was item C9, the request to hire a full-time deputy county coroner in the county coroner's office. And Commissioner Slaughter, I'd hand it back to you.
Mr. Chairman, in going through the packet, reading this, I do not have an issue with hiring the position. I just think, once again, it deserves a little clarification. And I think what we're doing with respect to this is our county coroner has stated that he will be retiring on the 1st of July. The question here is of what the salary will be and its effect on our fiscal 27 budget. And what I see taking place here is that we will be funding the coroner's salary and his benefits in this budget along with the deputy. We will, in addition, be funding the basically the amount for the current coroner's salary for 6 months in doing this also. And so I think that additional 6 months salary and we needed to be aware that that was the case. I didn't feel like it was extremely transparent and just wanted to bring that forward.
No, very good. Appreciate that, Commissioner. I think you said July 1st for the coroner. I just want to clarify that's January 1st.
January,
End of the
excuse me.
term. So, yeah. Any other questions on the request for the full-time deputy? I believe, go ahead, Commissioner Richards.
I just want to say, I'm really torn on this. I hate the precedent this sets, that when an elected official announces a retirement, that they need to hire new people to get them ready. I think in most cases, in most of our departments, they're already doing that. But we have, even within our own umbrella, seen with very, very small departments that we need to start training somebody before somebody else leaves. So initially I was against this, but the more I think about it, when we're talking our very small departments, we need to train successors.
Commissioner Tillman?
Yeah, if I understood correctly, the part-time person who has been working there is the one they're promoting to deputy, right?
Correct.
So I don't think we need the training time. So I would say that we should not fund it.
So I believe, to Rob's point in regards to the budget, so Coroner Mahanovich obviously is being fiscal year 27 through the end of this calendar year, so up until January 1st, at which time the current deputy county coroner would then take over office under that salary. And so this new deputy county coroner would then take the current deputy county coroner's salary. So I think it's budget neutral. It might even be a budget savings if I understand it properly, even with the additional time. Is that how you get it, Commissioner?
It is, it's just odd with funding the salary for the coroner and adding this, it seemed to me, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah. Additional comments? I would ask what your pleasure is on the request to hire the full-time deputy county coroner in the county coroner's office as presented.
Mr. Chairman, I would move to hire the additional, the county coroner, the deputy county coroner, excuse me.
We have a motion by Commissioner Slaughter to approve the request. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Richards. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed,
Opposed?
nay.
Opposed.
Motion passes 4-1 with Commissioner Toman voting nay. It's going to move us along into the commissioner comments portion of the agenda. And Commissioner Richards, you're leading us off.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess it's my turn to buy lunch, but I don't see lunch on our agenda, so I don't know if that means I get out of it today or not.
Again,
I try to keep it short because our agenda is packed, but I did have a busy couple of weeks. On June 3rd, I attended the NACO policy resolution call with Wyoming County Commissioners sitting on land and energy subcommittees for NACO. One important piece of information that I learned at that meeting is that the DOI in its good neighbor planning will no longer recognize conservation districts as cooperators in land planning. And speaking with our new interim ranger at Ashley, she believed that this will probably become consistent policy across all federal planning. So it is absolutely something we'll need to pay attention to. Currently, conservation districts are only recognized in Wyoming and California. So it isn't something that NACO will likely take up as a national issue, but it is something that can affect how we allocate our resources in the future. On the 4th, I attended an enterprise meeting at Memorial Hospital where Chloe Valentine provided a presentation on the Wyoming Business Council. I did not make it to the VA ribbon cutting, however. Our Human Resources Director, Gary McLean, provided a very nice speech, and I want to thank him both for representing Sweetwater County so well and also for all the work he does in making sure that Sweetwater County has second to none veteran services. On the 5th, I attended our first Friday's Federal Partners meeting at the Rock Springs Chamber. It was well attended with representatives there from 2 BLM field offices, the Ashley National Forest, Representative Hegeman's office, the Wyoming Game and Fish, and Wyoming State Parks. News from the local BLM field office is that they have been continuing work on the Rock Springs RMP amendment with an even more critical eye on ACECs as a result of the federal conservation landscape rule now being fully rescinded. They expected to complete the draft that day and be able to provide cooperators with that draft sometime in July with a tentative release of October and a record of decision in late 2026 or early 2027. On June 8th, I joined Commissioner Jones, Senator Jones, Representative Wiley, and others in a trip to Lander for a kitchen table discussion with local environmental groups about the Northern Red Desert. It was a pleasant conversation, if a little tense. It's obvious that we have slightly different perspectives on how the Red Desert should be managed, but we all agree that it's a special place that deserves a lot of our attention. On the 9th, I met with Southwest Counseling's new director, John Grossnickel, their CFO, Melissa Marchetti, and Chairman Kayleen Logan to discuss an update on state outcomes funding grant. That evening, I attended Simplot's 40th anniversary celebration at the college atrium. What a fantastic company and partner in our community Simplot is. Congratulations on 40 years here. On the 10th, I attended the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting, and later I joined Land Use Director Bingham and Chief Deputy County Attorney DeLeon on a trip to Rawlins to attend an open house for the proposed Miller Generating Station. That is proposed as a 2 gigawatt scalable electrical production plant that though it is located in Carbon County, will primarily be fueled by natural gas coming from Sweetwater County. It will be about a 7-year construction project. There will be minimal industrial siting impacts in Sweetwater County, but some, so we'll stay on top of that. On the 12th, I had an online reunion with my team from the Leadership Academy that I attended. It was nice to catch up with all of them. I spent much of that week helping the local Republican Party prepare for the selection process that occurred on June 13th, where they interviewed 5 candidates for the interim appointment to fill the vacant position of county sheriff and selected 3 of those qualified candidates to forward to us for final selection. I want to thank the Sweetwater County Republican Party for doing an incredible job. As we see these selection processes play out across the state, all too often they are cynical processes loaded up with political angling. What I've consistently seen in Sweetwater County has been the Republican precinct men and women take their statutory duty seriously and send us the very best candidates to choose from. I also want to thank the candidates that weren't selected for stepping up and offering to serve the people of Sweetwater County. It's not an easy thing to do, putting yourself forward to be scrutinized, but as with every election, there are usually a lot more people who don't get elected than those who do, and it isn't easy being on the losing end. So thank you for taking that chance. In the end, the body chose to nominate Rich Fisher, Rich Como, and Ozzie Knezovich and forward their names to us for approval. 3 very highly qualified candidates that each bring different skill sets, capabilities, and life experiences to the table. I can tell you it won't be an easy decision today when we address it here in a little bit. I don't think we can make a wrong decision, but no matter what decision we make, all of these candidates have great support behind them, and even though we can't make a wrong decision, no matter what we do today, is going to be wrong. But that's okay. I didn't sign up for this job for the easy days, and this is probably one of the hardest decisions I've made in my 3.5 years as a commissioner. Yesterday, I visited with Johnny Kay on KREO to give a community update. Then I spent the rest of the day here at the courthouse, during which I visited with each of the sheriff candidates, individually spending about an hour with each of them for what I consider to be high-level leadership evaluations. After that, I joined Commissioner Toman along with Mayor Rust and City Administrator Clevenger for a discussion about the Joint Powers Combined Communications Center Joint Powers Contract. After that, I went up to the courtroom to attend the robing ceremony for newly appointed Circuit Court Judge Dean Stout. I've worked with Judge Stout extensively over the last few years on our many industrial siting projects throughout Southwest Wyoming, and he brings a wealth of capabilities and experience to that job. So welcome back to Sweetwater County, Dean. This morning before our meeting, I also attended the robing ceremony for newly appointed District Court Judge Clark Stith. I have known Clark for about 30 years, and I can't think of anyone more qualified to take on the role that the governor appointed him to. Congratulations, my friend. It's an honor to see you move into a position you so well deserve. Looking forward, tomorrow I have an airport meeting and a Power Coalition call, and those calls continue every week. On Thursday, I plan to attend the open house out at the Sweetwater County landfill. On the 30th through the 4th, I will join several dozen other off-road vehicles on an off-road adventure across Wyoming to celebrate America's 250th anniversary. Speaking of which, I hope everyone has an amazing Independence Day, and I want to remind everyone to be safe while they celebrate the 250th anniversary of the independence of our nation. Fuel loads are very high, and I encourage you to give our emergency responders a break. If you do choose to use fireworks, please use them safely, prevent fires, and clean up after yourselves. That's pretty much all I have for you today, Mr. Chairman, other than to also thank all the constituents who reached out to me over the last few days to weigh in with their thoughts on today's appointment. I read every single one of them, but I'm still a little behind responding, especially to the ones I received late last night and into this morning. One thing it showed me is that all of our candidates have great community support, and no matter who we choose this morning, as I said, we're gonna both be right and wrong. So thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm happy to stand for any questions.
Thanks, Commissioner. Appreciate the comments. Questions or comments for Commissioner Richards' report? Not. Commissioner Jones, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On the 2nd, I attended the monthly Sweetwater Snowpokes meeting. It's a great group of volunteers that does tremendous things for outdoor recreation in and around Sweetwater County. One thing that took place was Richie Como was in attendance to discuss his run for sheriff. Richie gave his thoughts and reasons for running and then stayed for a good question and answer period. So I think the club really appreciated that. On the 3rd, attended the monthly Memorial Hospital Sweetwater County Board of Trustees meeting. Thank you all for attending today. Several mission moments were reported, and I'd just like to highlight a couple of them, though. In patient surveys that have been taken, there's an increase of 31% in the area of likely to recommend. So that's a pretty substantial increase. Also, they'll be placing nurses who recently graduated from WWCC and in positions at the hospital. They've also had inquiries regarding employment from around the state and some from out of state. I made a mention that day of the meeting that for me personally, I think there's probably no better compliment to an organization than to have people come to you and say they want to work for you. Everybody wants a job and an income, but when you knock on the door and say you want to be there, I think that's a whole different scenario. On the 4th, I too attended the enterprise meeting. That was covered. On the 4th, Sheriff candidate Matt Wharton asked to meet with me, so we met and talked about his qualifications and desire to be our interim sheriff. Appreciate his perspective and the conversation with the opportunity to get to know him. On the 5th, I attended the federal partners meeting. That was pretty well covered. I would like to just kind of highlight a thank you to Chris Floyd, Deputy Director of State Parks, for showing up and giving an update from the state. We don't always get that, so Chris is a great guy and does a great job, so appreciated him stopping by. Also on the 5th, I received a phone call from former resident commissioner and Commissioner Fonzie Haskell regarding off-road potential tourism and economic development in Sweetwater County. Sounds like word is getting out about what we are doing, but we discussed the long-distance ride for the 4th of July, going from Evanston to Cheyenne, and also the work we have spent 2 years on in trying to put together a trail system to connect communities and counties and towns. This is the kind of interest that we've been after all along, and it seemed like it's kind of been slow coming, but all of a sudden there's a little bit more of a flood. So that's good, but we'll see where it all goes and where it ends up. On the 6th, I attended the off-road run, fun run put on by the Sweetwater Snowpokes. We did 2 of those in the summer, and they're always a great time. We typically have around 150 or so people attending with a long line of side-by-sides and Jeeps and motorcycles. So thank everybody who comes out, and that is a fundraiser for the club and allows us to contribute back to the communities and our safety shelters in various different ways. On the 8th, I was joined by Commissioner Richards and Senator Jones and Representative Wiley, as Commissioner Richard already mentioned, in Lander for what was themed beers and banter. Basically non-motorized contingent of folks gathered to hear from us and find out our views on Rock Springs RMP, our desires on the Golden Triangle, Red Desert. Didn't really know what we were in for when we showed up for that. Didn't know if it was a beating or a lynching or just a conversation. Turned out to be a good conversation. I think everybody left with a good understanding of where we see things, and hopefully they see our point of view. On the 9th, I attended the 40th anniversary of Simplot. It was a great event that included their history, today's operations, and their future plans. So appreciate the invite. On the 10th, UW and the Ruckelshaus House instituted and invited our chairman, myself, Senator Jones, and several others for a review of the BLM RMP Governor's Task Force. Mainly, we were there to talk about the process. I felt the review was pretty open. It was honest. It had representatives from several of the key voices that were on the task force. I'm not sure our comments were comments they were entirely expecting. I'd say they probably expected the opposite in many cases, but we certainly went a different direction, and I think we voiced that, and I hope that helps task forces in the future. Whether or not we'll be invited to be on anymore is yet to be determined, but I guess we'll see. Ozzie Knezovich requested to meet with me regarding the GOP appointment of the interim sheriff, so I did that on the 10th. I appreciated Ozzie reaching out and the time spent getting to know him and his thoughts. On the 13th, I joined all of you for the Sweetwater GOP selection for the 3 candidates. I think that's been pretty well covered. I too would like to thank all 3 candidates, actually all 5, but the 3 that are here today, having been through the same process. I know how grueling that can be. It's a long period of time. It's much more than just the day of the selection, but preparation and meetings and speeches and whatnot. So I'd like to thank all three of you. I too think that we have great people to pick from. Everybody's unique kind of in their own way. So it's made it very difficult for me. I've lost a lot of sleep over this, and good thing is it's been very difficult. So that means we have good people to pick from, but that does make it hard. I also, as Commissioner Richards mentioned, appreciated the emails, texts, phone calls, whatever conversations when people have met me on the street or the grocery store, what have you. But appreciate everybody's input, and so we'll see where we go with that today. On the 14th, interestingly enough, that Senator Kolb was here and a conversation comes up about horse racing. But on the 14th, Senator Jones and I were invited to attend horse races in Evanston. We were invited by Hyperion Advisors. Appreciated the conversations we had surrounding the future of horse racing in Wyoming and the investments being made. They are investing $80 million in the Evanston area currently, and I think their total statewide, don't quote me on this, is about 160 or 170 million dollars, with more to come. But so obviously it is a big industry. They're doing very well. They've made tons of improvements to the Evanston track, so it's great to see things moving, I think, in the right direction. Interestingly enough, the people sitting right in front of us, the young lady was 27-year-old Senator Amber Holz from South Dakota. She's a just elected senator there, but so good to have a chance to talk with her. Interesting that our states are unique in what we have in each state, but many of our problems are very similar. So at any rate, while we didn't win big, we didn't lose big. It's mostly because we don't bet big. So the trip over and back also gave me a few more hours yet to think about the upcoming sheriff decision. On the 15th, I met with Rich Fisher regarding today's decision. As with all candidates, I appreciate your time, your conversations, your opportunities to better know and understand your thoughts, wishes, and goals. And also, obviously, we all attended today's robing, and congratulations to Judge Stith, great man and very well deserved. And that concludes my report.
Thanks, Commissioner. Questions or comments for Commissioner Jones's report? Not, I'm up next, and I'm going to keep it brief. Had various emails and conversations, still obviously mainly on the budget, but then we added some mix in there with the new selection of a sheriff, and that has just been a very involved process, which is good to see. There's a lot of excitement. There's a lot of people reaching out and wanting to express, their support. Honestly, most of it has been supportive. We've had a few that weren't, but overall, I'm glad to see that. I'm glad to see the interest. It takes a lot of courage to put your name in the hat, not only for an election, but certainly an appointment that happens to take place in the middle of an election. And I thank the GOP for their work on Saturday. I thought that was a very good process, and I commend, all 5 candidates that applied, but also all 6 that, have chosen to run for the office on the ballot. So it's going to be tough, very tough. I worked with Clerk Swinson on a little issue from the BLM. We had some back and forth on getting, what was it? I think a $25 payment that we owed the BLM. That just the difference in their process versus ours was kind of interesting. There was an almost collections was mentioned, and I just felt like over $25 that Commissioner Jones would be more than willing to go down there and pay that for them to avoid that. But I think we did finally get that resolved. So appreciate Michael at the local BLM office helping us out. I was also in attendance for Simplot's 40-year anniversary celebration. Just want to congratulate them, an industrial pillar for Rock Springs and Sweetwater County, and a wonderful employment opportunity for many employees within our region and all the good things they've done. And they should definitely be proud of that. So I appreciated the invitation and wish them well on the next 40. As Commissioner Jones mentioned, he and I, among a few others, were invited to attend a recap and a working group for the University of Wyoming's. There was a student working on her master's thesis in environment, natural resources, and society at the University of Wyoming's Hobbs School of Environment and Natural Resources. And it was in regards to the effectiveness of the governor's task force on the BLM RMP that Commissioner Jones and I were pointing to. And yeah, I would echo that they got an earful. Good and bad, but I think probably that'd be a difficult thesis to recap after we got down there. So hopefully it helps, in all seriousness way of being a little more effective. I think it was a great experience, and I don't want to take that away from anything, but the style of voting, I think, halted some of the success that not only we were looking for, but also the BLM as they, worked through this process. And certainly we're seeing a little bit more of that through the amendment. And so I appreciated, Temple and the staff for inviting us to try and offer suggestions on, how we might be able to see it differently and still involve all of the differing opinions that were on that, and, not making it so one-sided, but also, offer an opportunity to have more of a majority vote, I guess, voice on that process. Obviously wanted to congratulate the Honorable Circuit Court Judge Stout and District Court Stith. I couldn't make yesterday's just because someone decided to retire as sheriff, and so that took up the majority of the day, but obviously was in attendance this morning, so I apologize for those that are waiting for us to get rolling today, but I'm going to try and keep it brief. Everything has been all budget and sheriff interviews, and I appreciate Ozzy and Rich for getting together with me yesterday. We spent about an hour each with them all, getting to know them more. Obviously was in attendance on Saturday, and really can't go wrong. I mean, you're all very qualified, and I think that speaks volumes to where you come from and, who you've worked for and with and the different ranks that you've been able to achieve. I'm struggling. Haven't slept for a few days on this one, so it's going to be an interesting next step of business here. But I, again, commend you all and wish you well in whichever process that goes. With that, Commissioners, I'm going to keep that about as brief as I can, and I'd stand for any questions.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Richards?
I just wanted to say that when Eric drove us out to Rollins for that meeting, he took the crown of the worst driver in the courthouse. So you no longer have that. So
it was about time. It took a long time to get rid of that. I got a plastic steering wheel in my office. I'll be sure to gift you. Commissioner Slaughter, the floor is yours, sir.
Mr. Chairman, with respect to that, I was kind of questioning this morning when I pulled in the parking lot. I saw that you actually had about 1/4 of an inch between the running board on your truck and the wall that you park next to. So I'm going to take it that means you're an excellent driver now.
Precision.
Really pleased that Eric has taken that crown from you. On the 5th, I spent the morning preparing for the Specific Purpose Tax Joint Powers Board meeting, which would be held on the 8th. I also reviewed the final draft of the Sublet Antelope Migration Corridor Local Group Working Group Recommendation Report, which will be presented to Governor Gordon. On the 8th, I conducted the Specific Purpose Tax Joint Powers Board meeting. Collections this month were $1,276,073.79. We have now collected $54,514,573.62. Those collections now stand at 65.2% of the total, which was put forth on the initiative. We made the third payment due on the bonds on the 15th. The debt service paid was $9,466,150, which was made up of $8,730,000 of principal and $736,150 of interest. Entity requisitions for payment were approved, and things seem to be moving along well. A press release on the progress of these projects went out yesterday. So pleased to get something out, letting the public know where that money has gone and what they've done to help our communities. I also attended the Star Transit regular monthly meeting that day. It was the last meeting for Board Chair Virginia Bodyfelt, who is moving out of the country this week. Her presence will be missed. She was a very good chairman. Ridership was up 536 riders month over month from 25 to 26. The new phone app is now accounting for 17% of their riders. 22 riders made their first trip with Star this month. They're still working on their building study and are excited to begin the lease at 430 Blair Avenue. Final items are being finished and will allow them to move in. They stated that the county has done a great job helping them prepare. Thanks, Gene and his staff. On the 10th, I attended the monthly P&Z board meeting. The meeting was held to discuss the temporary hardship for the family we discussed today. It was approved and as well approved by us this morning. On the 9th, I had a meeting with Bud Allen, chairman of the County Museum Board. Bud wanted to inform me of actions the Museum Board is currently taking to try and find ways to preserve the Carnegie Library building. I suggested he bring these ideas to the full Board of County Commissioners. He will be doing so in when a few final details are in place. That evening, I also attended the 40th anniversary celebration of Simplot Phosphates. It was a great event and provided information I had not been aware of about Simplot and its global market implications. On the 12th, I had a discussion with bond attorneys for the specific purpose tax relating to rebate calculations that will need to be made prior to closing out terms of the specific purpose tax indenture. It was a good meeting and provided valuable information. We were still many months out from meeting these calculations, but I felt it was important to revisit these requirements with the experts. On the 13th, I spent the morning with all of you at the Republican Party meeting to select the 3 candidates to fulfill the sheriff's vacancy created by the resignation of Sheriff Grossnickel. As you've all alluded to, the process seemed to run very smoothly, and the Republican Central Committee selected the 3 candidates, which we will have before us today. Yesterday, I spent the day interviewing those 3 candidates, having very in-depth discussions with each of them. As has been stated, all 3 are extremely qualified. It was a pleasure to get to know a little bit more about each of them. The decision to appoint a new sheriff is one of the biggest decisions we will face as commissioners, and as such, I've spent a great deal of time talking to candidates, references, personnel, and others that could provide information, as well as wrestling with the decision in my own mind. I too, along with County Commissioner Richards, have tried to answer all of those letters of recommendation, which we've received through the email. I have not quite gotten there either. It has been quite overwhelming, the number of support letters we've had. And I think it was stated, but I think it should be stated again. Many letters and emails came into us on this selection process, and there was one which was negative. So I felt very good about that. It says a lot about these 3 candidates that there was so much positive and just nothing negative to be said about those candidates. Yesterday afternoon, I attended the robing ceremony for the 3rd Judicial District Court Judge Dean Stout. It was well attended by many of Judge Stout's family, along with many colleagues and friends. Won't get any further on that. Would just be more redundant. Also, was honored this morning to be able to attend the robing ceremony for Judge Stith. He will be an excellent 3rd Judicial District Court Judge. And I just want to go back and state, as has been stated by the other commissioners, how difficult this decision will be that we will be making this morning. I've prayed about this. I have not slept. It's something that will shape the future of Sweetwater County over the next generation and time to come. So it's been taken very seriously, and it's something that, as has been alluded to once again, we have all struggled with, but it's something that is our responsibility, and we will do that this morning. With that, Mr. Chairman, I would stand for any questions.
Thanks, Commissioner. Any questions or comments for Commissioner Slaughter's report? Commissioner Tillman, you're batting cleanup today.
Well, it should be easy since the rest of you have done such a good job of covering the topics. On the 8th, I attended the hospital lab expansion and foundation offices open house. That was amazing. Congratulations to them. I attended the Simplot anniversary celebration on the 9th. Again, repeating what everyone else has said, it was very informative and appreciated being invited. On the 13th, we all went through the GOP sheriff selection process. Outstanding candidates. And yes, it's going to be a hard decision, but I'll explain later why I have chosen one in my mind. I'm not going to belabor that, but thank you very much. We had great candidates, and GOP did an excellent job of asking the hard questions, and I felt they did a thorough job of answering those questions. So I did not call each of you in for a separate interview because I figured 4 times plus 1 more day. But I appreciate your calls and your outreach, so thank you very much. On the 15th, Commissioner Richards, John DeLeon, and I met with the City of Green River Mayor Rust and Reed Clevenger regarding the Joint Powers Board for the Communications Center, the MOU. So we're looking maybe in the near future being able to finalize that MOU. Our Coalition of Local Governments meets July 25th. We're skipping the month of June, so one less meeting. Thank you for that. Attended the robing ceremony last night for Judge Stout and this morning for Clark Stith. Last night I attended the library meeting at the Rock Springs Library. They did receive a $25,000 award from the Wyoming Cultural Trust Foundation to put towards their new van. They updated their employee handbook. They've announced new summer hours. They're going to be open starting May 26th from 10 to 6, Monday through Thursday, 10 to 5 on Fridays. Parking lot project is currently out for bid, and the HVAC project is also out for bid. They're interviewing for Library Foundation Executive Director with the Library Foundation Board. Their attendance is up. Their physical circulation down slightly. Digital is way up. So the meeting rooms are now available. So those are the hot topics. They have a summer program they're announcing, a reading program. So that is what's happening at the library. They updated the employee handbook. I think I said that. And my niece Taylor, she did get to be Wyoming High School Rodeo Queen. She's now going to compete again for the National in Lincoln in mid-July. So she's keeping all of us highly stressed while she's having a ball. Tomorrow I will interview for 4-H educator at 8 a.m. Next Monday, have Joint Powers Board Communication Center meeting and golden hour next Thursday. Mr. Chairman, that completes my report.
Thanks, Commissioner. Questions or comments for Commissioner Tillman's report?
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Richards.
so is this Taylor's second reign as queen? I was
She missed National High School Queen. She was named first alternate last year. Out of 700 points, she missed it by 7 points.
If all of you don't know, Taylor's going to be sitting up here one day, and she's going to be governor of Wyoming one day, and if she doesn't end up president one day, I'll be shocked. But she's an amazing young lady.
She's all of 16 years old, going on 60, I swear. Thank you.
Congratulations to Taylor. Any other questions or comments? All right, that concludes the commissioner comments portion of the agenda. That's going to move us right into the fun stuff. Tab D, which is the action presentation items. First item is the interview, selection, and appointment of the Sweetwater County Sheriff. I want to explain the process, make sure you all are comfortable with it. I'm just going off previous practice. In my 3.5 years, this is the third time we've had to go through this, so that is all I'm simply basing it on. I believe, we should offer an opportunity for any of the candidates that want to get up and say any words. They certainly don't have to. If you all want to ask questions, obviously we'll open up that opportunity. After the back and forth Q&A, we will open it up for nominations. Those nominations do not need to be seconded. But the vote after nominations are closed will go in order of whoever is nominated first. And if the first one passes, then we have a newly appointed sheriff. So after which, on the agenda, we have a break, but we do have the Honorable, I saw her somewhere in here. There she is in the back. Judge Susanna Robinson, who will issue the official oath of office. And we will take place immediately after the vote, and then we'll break. The last one, I think it took place over here, and all the cameras had our heads in the background, so we'll help with that and coordinate it with the flags, and that'll be the easy part of the decision. But commissioners, are you comfortable with that process? Very good. At this time, I would invite any of the candidates that would like to get up and address the governing body. If you so choose, the floor is open. If you don't want to, that's fine too. No takers.
I think
Fair
they've
enough.
been interviewed to death, probably, is how they feel.
Commissioners, I'd open it up for discussion prior to the nomination process.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Richards.
as multiple of you have said today, I lost sleep over this process. Barely seen my wife in the last 3-4 days as I've pondered this. Toughest decision that I'll probably make as a commissioner. But what I want the candidates and the public to know, a lot of the comments that we received are pointed out, and rightfully so, that whoever we pick today will likely be considered a front runner in the next in this election that's going to happen on August 18th. And I have done my very best. I'm sure it's still in the back of my mind, but I've done my very best to separate this decision from that election. I don't want to choose the next elected sheriff of Sweetwater County. I want to choose somebody who is going to shepherd this agency through the next 6.5 months of what is turmoil. As one of the deputies who reached out to me pointed out, there's the real possibility here that this department will see 4 sheriffs in an 8-month period. That is a lot of possible disruption in an agency. So my decision today is going to be to try to choose a candidate who is going to minimize that disruption while carrying this agency forward, and who has the respect and the support of not only his deputies, his civilian workforce, but the entire community. Tough decision. Again, no wrong decisions here, but no matter what we do is a wrong decision, because 2 out of the 3 of you have a large support force behind you, and everybody's going to think we're wrong. But I gotta say, I put a lot of thought into this, and I think I'm good with my decision today. I look forward to see what the rest of you think, and we're gonna do the right thing today.
Mr. Chairman?
Commissioner Tillman.
Well, I agree with Island. We don't want to disrupt the force and all the work that Sheriff Grossnickel has accomplished in the last 7.5 years. He's been an amazing sheriff, and he's done it like a Trojan horse. He's quietly done the work without making a big scene or a lot of commotion, and we really appreciated that. I know that a lot of great progress has been made, and I just don't want to see a disruption in what's happening. Quality candidates, you're all extremely qualified. There's no question about that. And it doesn't always mean that you might have the longest resume. I mean, Island and I went through the process several years ago, and we had to sit in your shoes, and we didn't necessarily feel the most qualified candidate was chosen, but it is a tough decision, and we're going to do the best we can today to keep it as non-disruptive as we possibly can, and leave it up to the public to decide who they want their next sheriff to be. So that's what I would say at this moment.
We'll just work down the line, I guess. It's tough. It was really tough. And I hope you all realize that the amount of time we put into trying to do the right thing and taking it seriously and understanding, what you're all going through as well. We've certainly witnessed that. Some of us have been through the appointment process. Some of us hasn't, but we've been through the election process, obviously. And the unique nature of this one is it's right in the middle of an election campaign. And, obviously we have a role in that, and we have a statutory obligation to select one of the 3. That probably carries weight. Maybe it doesn't. But the unique nature is you do get a second chance, and there's still the election that takes place. And so, I've gone over this 100 times. I've met with individual, department heads. I've talked to other electeds. I've talked to the cities. I mean, I've really tried to evaluate, the most well-rounded decision that kind of continues what's been done to this point. And speaking with all 3 of you, there's no ambition to make any immediate changes until the election's over. I admire that. I think that's the right role, the right move. But you're all qualified, and it's a little bit of a no-win. It's a win for the community, I think, but no matter what, we're disappointing 2 of you. And, that was spoken to you yesterday, but it is what it is. It's part of the process. It's not exactly the one that we invited, but we certainly inherited. And sometimes you got to make tough decisions. And unfortunately, this is the 3rd time, and I've lost friends throughout the process, and that is the ultimate sacrifice you make when you're in elected office. But I hope we continue marching forward and working together and doing what's best for the county, because ultimately that's what I care about the most. So that's all I got. Commissioner Jones?
Well, I think we're all pretty much gonna have the same theme, that it's difficult. I've argued with myself, I don't know how many times on this, and I don't know how you win or lose on it, but I've gone back and forth probably 100 times. I've always thought I'm fairly good at making a right decision and being comfortable in it. Not always right, but pretty comfortable with my decision. But I've argued with myself so many times, I'm starting to question that a little bit. But I think I might have taken a little bit different approach than, I think we all took our own approaches, but my approach was I met with the three of you on more of a laid back setting. I wasn't interested in going down a list and checking boxes. This position to me, whether we're talking about the 2-month time frame between now and the election, the 6.5-month time frame, or the next election, checking the boxes just didn't strike me as something I wanted to do. So I wanted to sit down with each one of you and get to know you personally. And so that's why I didn't put a tie on and sit you across the desk from me and do it that way. Right, wrong, or indifferent. I think we've all read the emails, we've listened to people, we've looked at letters of recommendation, those sorts of things weigh pretty heavily with me. Letters of recommendation, that means something. The other thing that hasn't been mentioned yet so far, but it's not a key factor. I don't know that I have any one key factor, but the GOP vote on Saturday, I think, is an important piece to take into consideration. And it is not really the general election that's going to come up, but it is the voice of the people to a certain degree. It's a small group of people, so it's not the exact same as a general or primary for that matter, but I think that has to play a role as well. I wish two of you weren't very good. It'd make this a whole lot easier, but we'll get through it.
Commissioner Slaughter?
Well, I think you can see from the emotion that we all have taken this extremely seriously. This is tough. You know, I was at the robing ceremony yesterday and today, and I see this process as being somewhat analogous to what takes place when the judges are actually, when the appointments are made for judgeships. The governor actually has 3 people that he interviews, and there's a 30-day period that he has at that point in time where he reviews and goes over those applications and looks at that. And I thought maybe that would be a huge benefit. But having been through this and had the emotions that I've had over the 3 days since we received these names, I'm glad it's not 30 days, because it would be something that I would just continue going back and forth over with these candidates, I'm sure. So, you know, I could talk about this all day, but no one wants to hear that. We need to get to the process. We need to get a new appointed sheriff in place. And Mr. Chairman, that would be my comments. Thank you.
Any additional comments? Just wanted to add one more thing that I don't think I mentioned is trying to look at it as what creates the least amount of waves, going back to the island's point and the potential for basically, 4 sheriffs, and what can kind of keep that status as we go through the campaign. But the other point I want to make is you're still in the race. There was people on Saturday that aren't sitting here, and they're still in the race. And so, it's how hard you want it. And if you don't get it today, that doesn't mean it's over either. And I lost my very first race, and it was a humbling experience. And in hindsight, I'm glad I did. I didn't at the time because, for obvious reasons, but I think it's a wonderful experience. I admire you all. I have respect for each of you, and we're going to do the best we can. So good luck, but don't give up. Any other follow-up? Commissioners, I'd open up the appointment or the nomination process for the interim Sweetwater County Sheriff.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr.
Commissioner Richards.
I nominate Rich Fisher.
We have a nomination for Rich Fisher by Commissioner Richards.
Mr. Chairman,
Any other nominations?
I support that nomination.
Are there any other nominations? Are there any other nominations? We will close the nominations and I would ask for a motion.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr.
Commissioner Richards.
I move to appoint Rich Fisher as the temporary interim sheriff of the Sweetwater County.
We have a motion by Commissioner Richards to appoint Rich Fisher as the interim Sweetwater County Sheriff. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Toman. Any discussion on the appointment? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion's unanimous. Congratulations, Mr. Fisher. We are going to break and set up for the Honorable Judge Susanna Robinson to administer the oath of office. And we can leave the live feed on, Cindy, if you want. And Commissioners, I think if we just kind of get out of the way, then we'll set up the backdrop for him. Immediately after the oath, we are going to break. We'll resume back here probably at about noon for an update from Memorial Hospital. Good. We will call this meeting back to order. We returned from break. Congratulations again to Interim Sheriff Rich Fisher. Job well done to all. Appreciate the process. And we'll continue marching forward here. Item number 3 under tab D this morning, I guess now afternoon, is the Memorial Hospital Sweetwater County's annual report. And joining us today is Interim CEO Carrie Quickenden. And good afternoon to you.
Thank you. Good morning. Can you hear me okay?
Sure can.
Yes. Okay. I am Carrie Quickenden. I'm the interim CEO and Chief Clinical Officer at Memorial Hospital of Sweetwater County. Thank you for having me here today. I know you have a long agenda, so I'm going to try to keep everything to 15 minutes. For those of you who were at the chamber luncheon last week, a little bit of this might be redundant, but I do have some additional information that I wanted to share. I also wanted to point out that I brought some of my team members. Ann Clevenger is our interim CNO, Tammy Love, our CFO, Marty Kelsey is on our board of trustees, and we also have Lena Warren here, who is our community outreach director. So, and I think we've disseminated some bags to you with some information. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and get started. And so our mission as a hospital is compassionate care for every life we touch and to be our community's trusted healthcare leader. Our values: be kind, be respectful, be accountable, work collaboratively, and embrace excellence. These are our strategies and have been our strategies for a couple years. We'll be working on an updated strategic plan in 2027, but our strategies include patient experience, quality and safety, community services and growth, employee experience, and financial stewardship. And I'm not going to read through these, but these are all of the services that we access. I think we made a really good decision a couple years ago to move to a critical access designation, which has really helped us from a financial standpoint in terms of payment back from Medicare and Medicaid services. And so that has been a big benefit to our hospital and I think has set us up for long-term financial stability in the future. So we're really proud of that. And we continue to grow and offer additional services. This is our Meet the Team poster of all of our physicians. And so I just wanted to share that. I believe it's also in your bag. And then I wanted to take a minute, spending a few minutes talking about how we have used the funding from the county. So the maintenance fund was $746,092, and you can see there how we allotted those dollars. So our large projects were the powerhouse roof and fall protection, the College Hill Clinic roof, basement sewer line, medical air system repairs, ambulance bay doors replaced. We had some chiller repairs, parking lot sealing and striping, and then some routine maintenance that came over about $233,000. Our property insurance premium was a little over $180,000. And so our maintenance budget was a little over $1 million, and we left approximately $275,000 that was unused. When we submitted our budget request for this year, we always are appreciative of the county commissioners' support, and we did a lot for a 40% reduction in our request for funding from the county commissioners. There was a little bit more in behavioral health and I think a slight increase in property taxes, but I did want to point that out, that we appreciate the partnership there. Also under funding, we had the OB renovation project. The county earmarked approximately $426,000 for this project, and we're estimated to spend $150,000 to $250,000 this fiscal year. We also received the remaining $2.3 million of the $3 million match for the lab. And again, we are greatly appreciative of those funds. I know some of you were able to attend the open house, and our new lab is beautiful and our foundation space. And so if you haven't had a chance to stop by, I encourage you to come and take a look at that. It's very, very nice, and I think a great asset for our community. And then in Title 25, we spent approximately $255,000. And so going to our lab project and open house, this is where all the funding came from. It ended up being approximately a $9 million project. And you can see there where the funding came from. Again, grateful to the commissioners for their $3 million. We received some money through the SLIB grants, through our foundation for $1 million, and the hospital, who also believes it's extremely important to reinvest back into our hospital and our community, also contributed $1 million to that project. And these are just a few of the pictures from our open house. What's really nice about this space, and just to back up, it kind of came out of COVID. So when COVID happened, we really decided we needed to move our main lab to a different place so that patients didn't have to walk all the way through the hospital. So we moved them temporarily to an old foundation space where they could check in and be drawn in the same place. And that was kind of where this idea came from. So when we looked at the SLIB monies and the things that were available, we had received great feedback from our patients. And so we wanted to move forward with a lab project where patients could come straight into the lab, check in right there in a private area. Privacy had always been a concern in the main lab. So now they can check in a private room and wait, and then be taken back to have their labs drawn. So that's really, I think, a great improvement in terms of patient access and patient experience. We do have 3 lab locations. So this main lab, we have a lab at College Hill and also a lab at the medical office building. Our main lab at the hospital is open 7 to 5, Monday through Friday. We also offer health fair testing on Tuesdays and Wednesdays, and that menu is pretty expansive in terms of what we're able to offer for discounted lab testing on those days. And again, just a few more pictures here of the lab. Again, we have great equipment. We received some equipment through the COVID monies back in 2021, but this was mainly construction and those sorts of things. But we're really, really proud of our lab and the equipment and the results that come out of our lab. They're extremely trustworthy, and I think we have a great lab staff. And again, these are some pictures of our new foundation space. So this is a beautiful space with a conference room, a place where donors can come in and talk to our foundation staff about our needs. And so this is something that we're also really excited about. We also did a medical office building project. This, again, were some monies that came out of SLIB. The primary issue was that on the first floor of our medical office building, we had kind of a big fireplace that took up a lot of waiting room space. It was great in theory when we designed the building, but we needed more waiting space for OB and pediatrics. And so this has since been completed, and you can see the picture there of what it looks like. Now there's a lot more chair space for patients to wait for their appointments in outpatient pediatrics and OB services. In March of 2026, we completed our community health needs assessment. We did this last time in 2019, and then COVID happened, and so everything kind of got stalled. But the main things that came out of this, we did a lot of surveys, a lot of focus groups, a lot of one-on-one interviews. And of course, not surprisingly, addressing mental health and substance use disorders was a big thing that came up. Improving access, prevention, and wellness across our service areas. Working to address barriers of care for patients and at-risk populations, and also helping address food insecurity and nutrition for our community and our patients at Memorial Hospital of Sweetwater County. Another big thing is going to be building workforce capacity, because that's, I think, one of the biggest challenges facing hospitals right now. So based on this information, we've put steering committees together, and we're starting to work on priorities on how we're going to start to tackle a couple of these at a time, primarily probably through some collaboration with some outside agencies, Southwest, other counseling agencies across the community. You've probably heard about the Rural Health Transformation Program that was approved, and that Wyoming is to receive approximately $205 million in the first year. These are the categories in which the funds are allocated. So access to emergency medical care, which honestly is about 50% of the budget. This primarily relates to critical access hospital funding and also EMS services. So when the Department of Health was putting this together, they went around to different communities in the state and said, what do you guys want to see? And rather than we want to see buildings or AI, they said, hey, we just want the services that we need in our community. And that's emergency room services, obstetrical services, dialysis, the ability to get diagnosed quickly if we have a stroke. Those were really the things that came out of that. And so a big part of this access to emergency medical care is going to be direct incentive payments to critical access hospitals like ours who already have these services. Additionally, there will be additional funding for hospitals that wish to start up new services. So for instance, if somebody closed their OB service down, there's fundings for them to apply for to restart. But since we have these services here, we will automatically be eligible for some pretty significant direct incentive funds. The other thing I would want to point out is rural workforce supply. This is really meant more for individuals to apply for, I want to go to nursing school, get a scholarship essentially through the state, and then return and provide 5 years of service in Wyoming, which is a way that they're trying to keep students and young people staying in the state. So those are some things that we're looking at in terms of getting the word out, and then also partnering with like the community college on programs or needs that we might need in the community. So that's what I'm going to say there. The application is tight. As you guys know, Wyoming took a significant amount of time to get our funds approved. So the application process will open on July 1st, most likely close on August 1st, and they'll start looking at the applications and hope to have everything ready by October 1st, just in case they have to do a little more bargaining or negotiation with CMS, and then expect to start disseminating the funds shortly after October 31st. We do have to spend the funds by October 30th, I believe, of 2027. And what we do this year will impact what is allocated for next year. So the other big part of this is making sure that we can sustain the services that we use the money for. And I think at Memorial Hospital, Sweetwater County, we're really well positioned to do that because these are services, quite frankly, that we've already had and been able to sustain without incentive payments. So I think we're in a good position. I wanted to point out a couple of services. So within the last 6 months, I'd say 6 to 9 months, we did start osteoarthritis radiation therapy in our radiation oncology center. This is a low dose of radiation that's directed at the portion of the body that has arthritis, and it can decrease inflammation and can lead to significant pain relief and increased mobility. This is a rapidly growing service in our rad onc area. We're somewhat seeing even more of these patients than we are oncology patients. So it's a great benefit. Seems like every time our director of rad-onc goes out and proposes or highlights this, we get 6 to 7 referrals coming back. So this is a rapidly growing service line for us. Additionally, we support the Diabetes Self-Management Education Support Program. We are still partnered with Sweetwater Community Nursing, but we are now the primary site in doing the majority of the education with nursing staff and clinical dietitians. This was something that came out of our 2019 Community Health Needs Assessment, that people were looking for more support for diabetes education. And so this is another program that is rapidly growing. We were fortunate to receive almost a $2 million grant from the Leona Helmsley Charitable Trust to install a combination PET CT piece of equipment in our radiation oncology department. The timeline for installation of this is roughly late fall. This will help improve accuracy of treatment when patients are receiving radiation oncology. Right now, the PET truck comes in every other week, and as you know, on I-80, sometimes conditions can be a bit precarious, so sometimes the truck doesn't always make it. This will allow the service to be in-house. We'll be able to offer more days and also make the treatments more accurate because they will be in the same machine, in the same position for both the PET and the CT. And then a couple of things I just wanted to highlight that in the past year, We have continued our partnership with the emergency department to staff RED with their physicians from the University of Utah. The lab also received the College of American Pathology accreditation. This is the gold standard for lab accreditation. It's approximately a 2,000 number checklist that they do to prep. We went through those inspections and they were 99% compliant, which is really impressive. We had just a few minor findings that we needed to correct. So again, I think it shows the leadership of our lab and the commitment of our lab to providing quality services. Finally, we went through recently, our emergency department went through their trauma survey. We received a 3-year trauma designation. They will come back in a year just to double check and see how things are going. But this is great for us, and the trauma team does a great job. One of our focuses over the next year will be increasing outreach to hospitals around us about what we can provide for trauma services, and hoping to grow and expand that service. And then lastly, on this slide, the small picture in the corner are some of our providers and physicians who participated in simulation and motion training in early June. So this was a grant-sponsored program that came out of Montana. They brought a truck and trailer with mannequins that mimicked real things, and we went through an infectious disease exercise trying to identify what infection the patient had, as well as a respiratory exercise. And I did stop in and check on everybody. This was a really great educational opportunity that didn't cost us any money, and the trainers were extremely complimentary of our staff. So I wanted to point that out. And although not on this slide, the other thing I wanted to point out is that on July 7th, we will be starting a partnership with the University of Utah for tele NICU services. And so this is so we can keep more babies close to home. So we are in the process of credentialing neonatologists from the University of Utah who we can call on telehealth if there's a baby born early or if we're having difficulties with a baby, and they can help us. They can provide guidance on how to best care for that patient. At this time, it won't change our nursery level, but our long-term goal with this is to be able to keep more babies and moms at home, which is what people want. So I wanted to share that as well. And then in the past year, I always think this is fascinating, we partnered with the following schools to host students. And so in total, we hosted 222 students, which I think just shows great collaboration with our community agencies and educational systems. This doesn't include like some of our medical students, but we continue to be committed to bringing these students in and trying to get them interested in healthcare, and then hopefully get them to stay in Wyoming and preferentially Sweetwater County. So that's really kind of what we're striving for there. In the family medicine and walk-in fiscal year to date, we've seen over 34,000 patients, and you can see the numbers there. Our walk-in is quite busy at almost 16,000 visits. It's not uncommon in a day for them to see over 100 patients in our walk-in. And so this is a really important service that we're providing to the community, and it also keeps some of those non-emergent things out of our emergency department. So we've been really pleased at how this service has grown. And then family medicine clinic, we also offer occupational medicine services. We currently service 117 companies. 11 companies are on fast track, which means we provide 24/7 coverage if they have a work-related injury or need assistance. We have 5 occupational medicine providers, 1 certified occupational health nurse, and 4 nursing staff who are certified in audio and pulmonary function tests. We recently welcomed Michaela Lapointe. She is a nurse practitioner that has joined our family medicine clinic, and she is taking new patients. And then I wanted to wrap up with a little bit about our foundation. So our foundation's mission is to promote exceptional healthcare experiences through financial support of our hospital. On July 15th, that's like a statewide Wyoming Gives campaign. So we will be working on that in an effort to obtain donors and then match those donations. And I always like to put a plug in for the Reg Tie Gala, which will be February 6, 2027. And the main thing we will be promoting this year is our Linax accelerator, which is the piece of equipment that actually provides the radiation for our radiation oncology patients. And that was all I had. I wanted to say thank you for taking the time today. And are there any questions?
Thanks, Carrie. Appreciate that. That was a lot. It's been a busy year.
Yes, and I tried to be fast.
No, we appreciate that too, but no, it's very informative and lots of success up there. I apologize for missing the lab opening. Looks like Governor Jones took care of the speeches, so that was good.
You did.
But yeah, I had another obligation that night, so I apologize. But congratulations on that success. Did your slide deck say here's 48 members of our team? Wait till you meet the other 602. You have 650 employees up there?
Close to,
Accurate?
yeah.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Oh, is that just with the expanded services?
Yes.
Between, yeah.
Mhm.
Because I remember when it was, mid 400s. It
Yes.
felt like
Yeah.
with obviously the
Yeah, like five, is it, do you remember off the top? Yeah, just over 600.
Wow.
Yeah.
sure.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
That's great. Hey, in regards to the rural health transformation program, is that, I don't want to say automatic funding, but is there anything we can do to help? Did letters of support help with that? I'm sure obviously Commissioner Jones will be
Right.
involved if we can help. Just let us know.
Yeah, we'll let you know. We spent time last week as a senior leadership team going through that application pretty tediously and deciding what things we could apply for right up front. The Department of Health has made it pretty clear that they want to make it very easy for hospitals to apply. So it will be essentially like a Google form where you just fill out. And since we already offer many of these services, they're going to be able to look at our claims data and say, yes, you offer OB, and here's your direct incentive payment. So I think that stuff is going to be relatively easy for us to obtain those funds. I will say some of the other things are a little more challenging, like in terms of workforce. There are some things we could look at, but a lot of it is directed at educational systems, like what programs could they offer to expand and keep students here in Wyoming around healthcare services. So, RNs, LPNs, EMS providers, those sorts of things. The other thing I failed to mention, but Taylor kind of mentioned, is that I did attend the nurse pinning ceremony in May at Western. And last count, although I think it may be higher now, is that we were able to successfully recruit 14 of those new graduates from the nursing program. So we're really fortunate to have a local community college here with a nursing program so that we can honestly fill some of those positions. Right now, we do have a lot of traveler staff, and so our long-term goal is to get those new nurses trained and then start to decrease our reliance on contract staff, which is quite honestly very expensive. So that's what we're working on.
That's great.
Mhm.
Commissioner Richards.
We were talking about that 200 million and its availability for OB funding. With our $500,000 investment, will you be able to leverage that for some increased funding there? Because it looks like they want to invest in OB.
They do.
And we were too early. You invested in our OB.
Yes.
So I hate to say, I hate
Yeah.
to see them pass us over
Correct.
because
It's
we've
kind of divided into two segments. So one for startups, and those are millions of dollars, I'll be quite frankly. If a critical access hospital, let's just say Evanston or Kemmerer, those that have closed around us, decided that they wanted to reinstitute OB services, they would be eligible for those funds. Although what we talked about at the Wyoming CEO level is, you can start with all those funds, but it still doesn't make it easy to sustain the services. And what's really important to the state under these funds is that these services can be maintained. For someone like us in OB, we would be eligible for a $750,000 direct incentive payment, which we've already been talking about what we can use that for. Once you obtain the funds, the state doesn't care how you use them. It's just applying for them. But we've got equipment needs, we've got some other things. And quite frankly, to be transparent, a lot of it was not around construction. It was really more like, do you need need a stipend to pay an emergency room physician so you can keep your emergency room open 24/7, which of course we already have. And we've been able to sustain our OB services, so we'll probably be looking more like capital expenditures that we might be able to use those funds for. Mhm. I hope that answered your question.
Commissioner Jones?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Carrie, thanks, and thanks to everybody for what goes on up there. I mean, I report here at both of our monthly meetings, what goes on at the hospital, and it's pretty easy to speak positively about what's going on, what has gone on. Everybody, I think, does a great job up there, even you, Lena. I appreciate what you do too. And but you know, at every committee meeting, I think the committee meetings are the ones that I enjoy the most. Nothing against the trustees meetings, but committee meetings really kind of get into the nuts and bolts of it a little bit more. And so it's a lot easier to see and appreciate the positive things that are happening. So thanks. And as a final note, I would received some texts and an email yesterday from former trustee and board president Richard Matthey, who recently had foot surgery at the hospital.
Oh,
I won't share all of the pictures with everybody. He didn't warn me before he sent an email, but I got the text first. So I opened the text with the pictures, and then the email said caution about the text. So it was a little late, but pretty interesting pictures. But he couldn't have been more complimentary of everything that went on up there with his surgery. So
well, that's great.
yeah,
We're
so
glad to
pass
hear
that
that.
along, please.
Yeah. That is something we're really working on. And like Taylor said, improving our likelihood to recommend. We've made a lot of work this year. And so those are really the changes that we're trying to implement. And so, thank you.
Mr. Slaughter?
Gary, thank you for the presentation. I just want to mention, you do an excellent job with the presentation. You are an excellent presenter, so that's very nice to see that. I did want to mention one thing too, the goodie bags that we always get. I generally always look forward. There's usually chocolate. Getting to the point where now I don't look for that. I look for the pill organizer, and I was glad to see that that's there. So thank you very much for providing that.
So welcome. You're so welcome. Are there any other questions?
I just
Thank you
want to,
for serving on the library board.
You're so welcome. I really enjoy that too. So thank you. It's a great opportunity to serve the community.
and thank you for your help with the budget and the maintenance fund. And obviously we've been kind of struggling with the different shortfalls. So it's nice to be able to rely on, some of the component units with these very large budgets that are willing to work together with us and recognize the partnership and, support for different projects. So it
Yes.
really means a lot. So
Yeah.
thanks very
And
much.
yes, we're appreciative of the support and we will always work our best with the county commissioners. We appreciate for the funding and everything that you do to support us.
Very good. We'll keep up the success and the good work.
Great.
Great
Thank
summer.
you so much. Have
Appreciate
a
it.
great day.
All right, Commissioner, that's going to bring us to item number 4, which is the Memorial Hospital Board appointment in your packet. There are a handful of applications for that board, one of which is a reappointment from Candy Pendleton, whose term is expiring, which is a 5-year term. And I would hand it over to Commissioner Jones as liaison.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would move to approve Candy or to appoint Candy. She's done a great job. She's currently the board trustees president. I spent a fair amount of time talking with her, so she shares information. She, I think, does a good job of keeping us apprised, and I think that relationship is really critical, both from the board of trustees, but also it helps I think build confidence in the hospital as well. So I could probably go on for a lot longer, but highly recommend Candy.
Very good. We have a motion to appoint to reappoint Candy Pendleton to the Memorial Hospital Board for a 5-year term by Commissioner Jones. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Toman. Discussion on the appointment. It's a tough board, a very important board, and I admire anyone who wants to serve and continue serving. So thanks for that, Candy, and you have my support. We have a motion and a second on the table. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion's unanimous. Going to bring us to the State Miners Hospital Board appointment. I believe we have an expiring term for the current member, who is Suzanne Campbell. It's a 4-year term. And I believe the only applicant that we also have on file, being it's hospital related, I'd turn it back to you, Mr. Commissioner Jones.
Same thing, Susan, actually, she was excited about this. She asked me at the last Board of Trustees meeting, am I gonna be reappointed? So I guess the answer is yes, but so I would move to reappoint Susan Campbell to the State Miners Hospital Board.
Got a motion by Commissioner Jones to reappoint Suzanne Campbell to the State Miners Hospital Board for a 4-year term. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Slaughter. Any discussion on the appointment? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, nay. Motion's unanimous. We have an opening on the Fiber Optics Board for an expiring term of David Halter. I believe there are applications in your packet, one of which is a reapplication, if you will, from David Halter. And this is a 3-year term. I can't remember who's on fiber optics. That's you, isn't it, Commissioner Jones?
Yes, Jones.
Keep her going.
All righty. Same thing I would say with David Halter. He's done an excellent job. He's very knowledgeable. He really kind of leads the charge. So I would move to reappoint David Halter to the Fiber Optics Telecommunication Cooperative Joint Powers Board.
You have a motion to reappoint David Halter to the Fiber Optics Telecommunication Cooperative Joint Powers Board for a 3-year term by Commissioner Jones. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Tillman. Discussion on the appointment. Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, nay. Motion's unanimous. Item number 7 under tab D is a couple of library board appointments. We have 2 appointments, one of which is for a 3-year term. The second is to fill an unexpired term, which will go through July 1st of 2028. And you have applications in your packet, one of which is a reapply from Jennifer Bagors. I'd hand it over to Commissioner Tillman as liaison.
Yes, I would not, appoint Jennifer Vigars as a reappointment.
I have a motion to reappoint Jennifer Bagors to serve on the library board for a 3-year term by Commissioner Tillman. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Richards. Discussion on the appointment. Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, nay. Motion's unanimous. And for the unexpired term, I'd turn it back to Commissioner Tillman.
I would nominate Mary Berry, a retired school teacher. She is familiar with the library and their staff. We had some other applicants, but I think at this time I would recommend Mary Berry.
Very good. Thanks, Commissioner. We have a motion by Commissioner Tillman to appoint Mary Berry to fill the unexpired term through July 1st, 2028 on the library board. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Richards. Discussion on the appointment. Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion's unanimous. Next is item number 8. We've got a couple of museum board appointments. First is the expiring term for Bud Allen, the second being Randy Walker. You have applications within your packet, both of whom I believe have applied for reappointment. And looks like Commissioner Jones, it's all about you today.
Mr. Chairman.
No, I'm sorry.
You're giving Mr. Jones, or Commissioner Jones.
Used to
my
be over the
my
museum.
stuff, so.
I apologize. Sorry, Commissioner Slaughter.
Can.
Floor's
That-
yours, sir.
That's all right. I'll take over and have my heart hurt from
Yeah, I'm sorry.
missed here. Mr. Chairman, I would move to reappoint Bud Allen. He is currently serving as the president of the museum board to that spot. And I would also move to appoint Randy Walker to fill his term, or to start a new term, excuse me. Randy is another one who's very active and is very passionate about the museum. We did have a third applicant for that position, but that applicant also applied for one of the other boards, and I will be bringing that appointment forward with the other board.
Very good. We've got a motion by Commissioner Slaughter to reappoint Bud Allen to serve on the museum board for a 3-year term. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Tillman. Discussion on the appointment. Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, nay. Motion's unanimous. We also had a motion by Commissioner Slaughter to reappoint Randy Walker to serve on the museum board for an additional 3-year term as well. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Tillman. Discussion on the appointment. Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, nay. Motion's unanimous. Moving right along to item number 9, we've got a planning and zoning board appointments, I believe. There are two for the expiring terms of Mark Lyon. I believe was it Casey Doak? Was the other John Doak? Yes. So with that, as I don't screw this one up, I'll hand it back to their liaison and Commissioner Slaughter.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I would move to appoint Mark Lyon. Once again, he is serving as the chairman of the Planning and Zoning Board. And our second applicant was Mark Brock. I did not have the opportunity to speak with Mark, but I would certainly move to appoint him. I did talk with him the last time we had an appointment that was available to this board, and he was interested at that time. I will follow up with him, but I was not able to talk with him prior to this.
Very good. We do have a motion to reappoint Mark Lyon to the Planning and Zoning Board by Commissioner Slaughter for a 3-year term. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Richards. Any discussion on the appointment? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion's unanimous. So on Mark Brock, I just want to make sure I'm getting this right. I believe he's a Green River resident. And I can't remember, are these specific to the area, as I recall, right? So John Doak was residing in Rock Springs, although on the it says resides in Green River, but his address is Rock Springs. So we might want to move to approve Mark Brock pending verification of that we're not messing that up, if that makes sense, unless you know, John or Rob. I just want to make sure we're not appointing someone that's not in the appropriate.
Yeah, there would just be 3 from the unincorporated area, the county. So
So this is the only Green River seat, it looks like,
Yeah,
even
and
though.
Mr. Chairman, I don't believe we have a specific Green River seat. What we have is 3 of the seats have to be from is it 2 or 3?
3.
3 have to be from the unincorporated parts of the county, and the other 2 are basically at large, can come from anywhere within the county.
Okay. Very good. Appreciate that. So I believe, Rob, if I got it right, you would move to appoint Mark Brock to serve on the Planning and Zoning Board for a 3-year term.
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
Motion by Commissioner Slaughter. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Richards. Any discussion on the appointment? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, nay. Motion's unanimous. Next is item number 10, which is the Predatory Animal Board appointment.
Yes.
Commissioner Tillman, take it away.
I would nominate Jack, is it Jackman? Jackman. Wait, let me pull it up, get the right name here.
So we have an
Jace,
expiring
Jace Jackman.
term of Angela Wilson. And so as such, Commissioner Tillman has moved to appoint Jace Jackman to serve on the Predatory Animal Board for a 3-year term. I would look for a second.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Richards.
He does have a game and fish license. He's a sportsman, and he does not own livestock.
Very good. Discussion on the appointment. Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion's unanimous. Item number 11, Solid Waste Disposal District Number 2 Board appointment. We have 2 expiring terms. 3. We've got applications from Robert Martin and Butch McFall to serve for a 3-year term, and then we have an additional 3-year term that remains unfilled. I would ask what your pleasure is.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Richards.
I would move to appoint Robert Martin and Butch McFall to new terms on the Predatory Animal Board.
No, not Triano.
Oh, I'm sorry. We're on solid waste. I had the wrong headline up. Solid Waste Disposal District Number 2 Board.
Got a motion by Commissioner Richards to reappoint Robert Martin to fulfill a 3-year term on the Solid Waste Disposal District Number 2 Board. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Jones. Discussion on the appointment. Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, nay. Motion's unanimous. We also had a motion by Commissioner Richards to reappoint Butch McFall to serve on the Solid Waste Disposal District Number 2 Board for an additional 3-year term. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Jones. Any discussion on the appointment? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, nay. Motion's unanimous. So spread the word on that one. We still have a 3-year term that remains unfilled. Next is item number 12, which is Solid Waste Disposal District for the Eden Valley Board. And
Mr.
we
Chairman.
have a vacancy created by Tiffany Toman, who has applied for reappointment. Commissioner Toman.
Are you sure? I thought it was Boodleman.
I think it's both.
Oh, okay.
Excuse me, there are two.
And I've talked to both of them. They're willing to serve another term. So I would make the motion to appoint Boodleman and Tiffany Tolman.
Is that the one you sent us yesterday, Sally? The update from Mike? Okay. We do not have a application from Mr. Boodleman on file.
He didn't reapply. He said he wants to do it. Oh. So I guess we have to leave it open until I get him to submit his stuff again.
So I believe we have a motion by Commissioner Toman to reappoint Tiffany Toman to serve on the Solid Waste Disposal District Eden Valley Board for a 3-year term. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Slaughter. Any discussion on the appointment? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, nay. Motion's unanimous. That does leave a vacancy on there, and it sounds like you'll do some work on that, Commissioner.
Yes, I did talk to him. I don't know. I guess he didn't get it done. He will.
Move us along to item number 13, which is the Southwest Counseling Board appointments. We've got 2 vacancies created by expiring terms of Raven Beatty and Corey Rossetti for the 4-year term that they're currently serving. I'd hand it over to Commissioner Richards.
Mr. Chairman, I'd move to appoint Raven Beatty to another term on the Southwest Counseling Board beginning July 1st.
You have a motion by Commissioner Richards to reappoint Raven Beatty to serve an additional term on the Southwest Counseling Board for 4 years. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Jones. Discussion on the appointment. Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion's unanimous. Hand it back to Commissioner Richards for the second.
Chairman, I would move to appoint Corey Rossetti to fill another term on the Southwest Counseling Board beginning July 1st.
Thanks, Commissioner. We do have a motion by Commissioner Richards to reappoint Corey Rossetti to serve an additional term on the Southwest Counseling Board for a 4-year term. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Jones. Discussion on the appointment. Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion's unanimous. And lastly, item number 14 is a Star Transit Board appointment due to an unexpiring term that Rob spoke about in his comments this morning for Verge Bodyfelt. A 3-year term on the Star Transit Board is vacant, and I would hand it back to you, Commissioner Slaughter.
Mr. Chairman, we received an application from Robin Faulkner Harrison. I was able to speak with her. She was very excited. Told her that I would nominate her for appointment today. And then I would get her information on how she can get hold of Director Pacheco and get started with her Star Board. She was extremely excited to do so. So I would make a motion to appoint Robin Faulkner Harrison to the Star Board.
Very good. Thanks, Commissioner. We have a motion by Commissioner Slaughter to appoint Robin Faulkner Harrison to a 3-year term on the Star Transit Board. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Richards. Any discussion on the appointment? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion's unanimous. Job well done.
Wow.
We are back on time. Bada bing. It's going to move us along to item number 15, which is the acceptance of the 2025 Patrick Leahy Bulletproof Vest Partnership Grant Award. And joining us this afternoon is County Grants Manager Christina Marshall. And welcome.
Long morning.
Indeed.
Okay, well, I usually don't say good afternoon, but good afternoon. So, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, Sweetwater County was awarded $7,778.66 from the Patrick Leahy Bulletproof Vest Partnership, or BVP, grant program under the U.S. Department of Justice. This project requires a 50% cash match and expires on August 31st of 2027. So the purpose of this grant funding is to protect the lives of law enforcement officers by providing officers with armored vests, no shock. This funding will be used to replace currently expired or soon to be expired ballistic vests and provide vests for new hires. So the total project budget is $15,557.32. Some notes: the grant award requires a written mandatory wear policy for uniformed patrol officers, which the sheriff's office already has in place. The required cash match for this project was included in the fiscal year 27 grant project's budget. There is no contract to sign. And then finally, reminder, Patrick Leahy was the third longest serving U.S. Senator in history at 48 years and helped create this program. So you have some competition. No. For your attachments, I have the award notification as well as the sheriff's policy for this. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thanks, Christina. Appreciate that. Any questions on the grant award, commissioners? A wonderful partnership. I'd entertain a motion to accept the 2025 Patrick Leahy Bulletproof Vest Partnership Grant Award as presented.
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Jones. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Toman. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion's unanimous. Let's move us along into item number 16, which is the approval to submit a, can't remember what the S stands for, Christina. SFY,
State fiscal year.
State Fiscal Year 27-28 Community Prevention Grant Program application. And joining us again is Christina, and I believe, is it Jada? Community Prevention Specialist Jada Gatt. Back to you.
Thank you. And I admit, I think I need bifocals soon, being up here, so. This is my second and last agenda item today. So Sweetwater County is eligible to apply for a 2-year community prevention grant through the Wyoming Department of Health, Public Health Division. There is no required cash match, and if approved, the funding would be passed through to Southwest Counseling Service. So the purpose of the Community Prevention Grant program is to implement data-driven and evidence-based strategies for substance abuse and suicide prevention that positively impacts substance abuse and mental health in the community. Southwest Counseling Service has implemented this grant for the last 8 years and developed an updated strategic work plan for this application through June 30th of 2028. So their proposal addresses key prevention needs identified with local data in Sweetwater County. So those issues are, there's a high social availability of alcohol. There's a favorable attitude towards substance abuse. There's vaping prevalence among youth, and finally suicide. So in this 2-year application, it's a biennium budget. The total 2-year award would be $462,057.62. So I wanted to highlight in the budget, there are 2 full-time FTE with benefits, the prevention specialists, of which Jada is one who's here. The bulk of the money is actually spent on community prevention service implementation. So those are strategies such as ads that target that audience dealing with those issues. Southwest Counseling also receives the 10% indirect costs. That covers overhead. It's non-allocable expenses that are necessary to carry out the program. You need electricity and you share different resources at Southwest Counseling. So with that, my notes state Southwest Counseling Service is ineligible to apply directly for this grant. It is actually a complicating grant. It's comprised of multiple federal and state funding sources, and it is included in the county's audit and compliance report. Their board will actually consider this project and contract in July when we hope to receive the state contract. And finally, my favorite project, the chairman does not sign this document, but I get to. And with that in your packet is the certificate of authorization that you're approving for me to sign. There is a part of a proposal abstract that Jada updated with facts. Every strategy that they submit in their spreadsheet, it's a Google sheet that has like 20 tabs, and you have to state the evidence, like the statistic for every expense. So it's very well done. Very complicating spreadsheet though. But she took some of the data from that and put it in this abstract. And then I have included grant information if you wanted to see further information about the requirements. And with that, I'm available to answer any questions, or so is Jada.
Very good. Appreciate the background as always. Questions on the prevention grant program application, commissioners? Another nice one that you get assigned for, so I appreciate that too. No, it's a great program, and we certainly support it. Commissioners, I entertain a motion to approve the submission of a fiscal year 27/28 Community Prevention Grant Program application for Southwest Counseling Service and authorize the grants manager to sign the certificate of authorization as presented.
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Richards. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Slaughter. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion's unanimous. Thank you
Thank you
both.
very much.
Appreciate it. And no, Gary. Cindy, if I bump you up, are you ready? We're going to skip forward to items number 21 and 22. Being that the entire room is cleared out with the exception of Clerk Swinson and Treasurer Cowan. That's quite the pressure we had this morning for some reason, but we'll fill up some time here since we're right on task. Item number 21 is Resolution 2026-06-CC-03, the Sweetwater County compensation for election judges, county counting, canvassing, and audit boards. And I'll hand it over to Clerk Swinson.
Good afternoon, Chairman, Commissioners. Before you is the resolution for Sweetwater County compensation for election judges, county counting, canvassing, and audit boards. Wyoming State Statute 22-8-116 provides judges of elections and members of counting boards that they shall be compensated for services. We are not changing any of the rates from our previous time. The reason I'm bringing this before you is I have added on the post-election ballot audit board officials, which was added a few years back, and I needed to get them on there. They usually only are here about an hour to 2 hours on a morning after election. So we have the $92.50 flat rate per election. And I also added the, this year we have to do a hand count of a certain percentage of our ballots. So I went ahead and added that in for $15 for an hourly rate. We're not sure how long that's going to take per person.
Do they have to be able to know how to count?
I'm going to assume, but I can't give them a test, so we'll be there. But yes, I just wanted to add those on. So nothing else on here has changed. We're still paying the same amount for our election judges. I just wanted to have those other two on there since we will be paying them this year.
Thanks, Clerk Swinson. Appreciate it. Questions on the resolution, commissioners? Not entertain a motion to approve Resolution 2026-06-CC-03, for the Sweetwater County compensation for election judges, county counting, canvassing, and audit boards as presented.
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Jones. Did we have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Richards. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion's unanimous. We'll keep you there and skip to item number 22, which is the letter of engagement for the 2026 Board of Equalization hearings.
Good afternoon again, Chairman. Before you use a letter of engagement for our hearing officer, Mr. Mark Harris, who has conducted our hearings the last few years. He has once again agreed to perform those duties for Sweetwater County. He has signed his engagement letter and he has not changed his compensation, so it's at $190 per hour, and we do pay for his mileage expenses to come to Sweetwater County. He does travel back and forth to Evanston. The first day, the 1st of September, he does have to be there for his city council meeting in Evanston. So that evening, but he can come for the afternoon to get everything started. And then he'd be back the next day for our second round of appeals.
Very good. Any questions for Clerk Swinson on the letter of engagement before you, Commissioners?
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Jones.
you said that he signed it, but this one doesn't have his signature, but you have his signed?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Additional questions?
What are the dates of that again? You said September 1st?
It'd be the afternoon after the board meeting on September 1st, and then we have the 2nd and the 3rd also reserved, but we're hoping to be done by the afternoon of the 2nd.
Additional questions? Entertain a motion to approve the letter of engagement for the 2026 Board of Equalization hearings and authorize the chairman to sign.
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Richards. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Jones. Further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion's unanimous.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. Appreciate it. We are going to revert back to item number 17, which is the request for the approval of the fiscal year 2027 contract between Southwest Counseling and Sweetwater County Treatment Court. And joining us this afternoon is HR Director Gary McLean. Good afternoon, Gary.
Good afternoon. You guys must be hungry. You're zooming through there. I apologize.
For making up time.
All right. Well, I won't keep you. Before you is a contract that would, that's been used for several years between Southwest Counseling Service and the treatment court for mental health services, mental health evaluations, and any other services that are needed to be provided to members of treatment court. These expenses are reimbursable through the state program. So the rate is currently the same. This is something we may have to talk about this year. The treatment court numbers are up considerably. I think we're up to close to 40 from 20 something in the program, but at least until we get time to evaluate that, we'll have a functional contract for services. If there's any questions, I'd be happy to take them this time.
Thanks, Gary. Any questions on the contract for Southwest and Treatment Court? Not, I'd entertain a motion to approve the contract between Southwest Counseling Service and Sweetwater County Treatment Court and authorize the chairman to sign as presented.
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Richards. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Slaughter. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion's unanimous. Item number 18 is a request for the approval of Resolution 2026-06-CC-05, authorizing the compensation of the Deputy County Coroner Hannah Atterbury. I hand it back to Gary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, County Commissioners. As you may or may not know, the salaries for the county coroner, deputy county coroner must be approved by the county commissioners by resolution. I caught a little bit of your discussion this morning regarding the vacancy. Essentially, you have the existing coroner and a deputy position, and those two provide coverage most of the time. And then they have some money that they'll contract with people to help transport people to forensic exams in Colorado and other places. But as you know, this is a 24/7, 365-day project. We were fortunate enough to find someone who had both the interest and the qualifications. Miss Atterbury has finished those qualifications, so she's qualified, has all the qualifications through the peace officer standards and training for a coroner, so she can do all the functions of a coroner. And so the game plan from the coroner's perspective was to bring her on board, have her be involved more in the activities and more of the calls. And when Dale leaves in January, then Ms. Atterbury and Travis would take over the bulk of the calls full time, and that would give her a few months to get up to speed and get trained. And she's done some work part time for them, but certainly since she's achieved all of the certifications, she wants to do this. So the salary amount is just pursuant to our compensation plan, and that may be increased at some point later in the future, similar to the current deputies as she achieves more experience, training, and capabilities.
Thanks, Gary. Appreciate that. Any questions on the resolution before you, commissioners?
Mr. Chairman, just one point, on the second line under the resolution number, compensation is spelled incorrectly. It's got an extra I believe in there. I don't know, you may want to correct that.
Compensation, all right. Didn't even
Yeah,
catch that.
that's a new spelling, Commissioner Slaughter.
That was, I was just not familiar with that, so
Yeah.
something different.
I could, I'll amend that before you sign, if your board's will is to sign it.
Additional comments or corrections or questions? If not, I'd entertain a motion to approve resolution 2026-06-CC-05, authorizing the compensation of the Deputy County Coroner Hannah Atterbury as presented.
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Slaughter. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Jones. Further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, nay. Motion's unanimous. Bring us to item number 19, which is a discussion regarding UMR claims audit performed by Loomlight. We'll hand it back to Gary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, County Commissioners. In your packet is some information on regarding an entity that we've requested IMA to seek out. Since we've been a self-funded plan, we have never commissioned anybody to audit the claims. So we're putting a lot of faith in the individuals that do the TPA processing, that those claims are all processed correctly. When we moved from Blue Cross to UMR, we had many claims that were not processed correctly. The Blue Cross was processing incorrectly. And so I had asked IMA if there was somebody that they'd worked with or somebody that was reputable in the industry. There were 3 or 4 entities, but this company in particular had worked with UMR before doing audits. Essentially what they do is they build out the plan on their platform, and they run this year and last year's claims through just like they were processing, just like a TPA would do. And then if they see a disagreement, then they meet with UMR and they go through those claims and try to assess, are they a one-off, like there was just a mistake made in coding or something, or is it a systemic problem, like something that's built out, or is it a problem with the summary plan description? So this process takes approximately 6 to 8 months, could be as long as 10 months. Mostly because once the data's moved over, they have to gather it and then meet with UMR representatives, go through the claim. So that's kind of a dependent on UMR. My feeling is that periodically it needs to be done because we have no way of knowing the efficacy of the claims. They do some, meaning the UMR does some internal checking, and we get sort of a general result in that, but it's not this comprehensive. So my feeling is we have money within the fund. We're not asking for additional money to fund that. And to the best of my knowledge, this has never been done with any of the plans. If there are systemic problems, then we can negotiate resolution of those, potentially money back in the plan. But I think the real goal is to decide if there's plan changes that need to be made so that processing can be done clear, or if there's problems, systemic or otherwise, with UMR doing the processing that need to be addressed. So I just feel like it's something periodically we need to do, and we need to let them know that we're prepared to do that, because we have no means on our own to evaluate the efficacy of thousands and thousands of claims. So the cost, the price that they gave us for the service is $29,650. Our involvement in the process is really pretty minimal, other than going through the plan document with them and addressing any questions. They work with building out the system, and then they keep us on contract for 3 or 4 months if there's any questions, or if we have to try to recover any errant claims or any of those things, they'll help facilitate that. So, you know, I can come back with a signed contract if that's something the board's interested in. My recommendation is we probably should have done it earlier, and I think it's only prudent to do it periodically. And now seems to me like a good time to do it because we have money to do it. And there's been lots of changes to AI processing of claims. Some of you've read about that. And we have no way of knowing how good a job they're doing, short of doing something like this. So with that, I'd be happy to entertain any questions or feedback or.
I appreciate that. And I appreciate kind of thinking outside of the box on it, especially if it's never been done. And I mean, I'm not familiar with Loom Light, but this isn't my area of expertise. I'm sure there's other companies that provide it, but it sounds like you said they've worked with UMR in the past. Is that what you said?
Yeah. So obviously, different companies, depending on where they're at, work with Cigna, or so they're more familiar with how to build out the system. That was one of the criteria that when I asked IMA, somebody that was familiar that could build out a strong system with UMR. Lumilite was one that had done that. They had used them with some other clients, and they had done a good job with those clients. And so that seemed to be the best fit for where we are right now.
And then the fee, I think you stated it, but would it just come out of the health insurance fund?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Additional questions, comments, commissioners?
And Mr. Chairman, if I could, one of the reasons for that is obviously is because we're protecting the interest, not just of Sweetwater County, but all the entities that participate in the plan. And if there were claims or errant claims or overpayment claims or misprocessed claims, then those benefits would potentially go back into that fund also. So I think it only makes sense to share those expenses from the health insurance fund.
Makes sense. Additional comments? Anyone? Are you looking for approval today, Gary? Do you want to delay this till the next meeting? What's kind of your pleasure here? I know in our packet it says just kind of an open discussion, but.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I put it on the agenda, obviously, because I didn't have a final price and some of those things. But now that we have that, if the board is of a mind, we could sign it today. If not, I'm certainly happy to bring it back at the next meeting, whatever. It's your pleasure either way. We're not in a super hurry, so it doesn't matter to me, but I did want to be able to give them some indication of what the board's position was, because there's a kind of a lot of preparatory work that has to be done to get this process underway in terms of engaging UMR and then IMA and getting the data flowing and other things. So.
Okay. Any thoughts, commissioners?
I would make a motion to approve it.
So I guess we have a motion to approve the Loomlight Master Service Agreement along with the statement of work by Commissioner Toman.
Yes.
We have a second.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Jones. Further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion's unanimous. Sounds like you have our blessing.
Thank you.
I think it's a good idea, so we'll be
Yeah.
interested to see what comes out of that. And
Yeah, I am also. There was an interesting anecdote in there of an entity where they had miscoded the copayment. It was only $5, but they had done 55,000 transactions for that copayment. So it was, almost $500,000 in there. So I just don't know how you really have any confidence until it's done periodically. The pharmacy side is a much simpler proposition because drugs are in one of two categories and either this or that. So you don't see the kind of errors. When you start getting medical claims and there's thousands of codes to process a claim, then it's inherently more problematic. So I was happy to find somebody that had done it, that had experience with UMR, that was willing to engage us. Obviously, we're not the largest group on the planet, so they're always worried about whether or not the entities would be interested in doing that. But we had a long meeting and conversation and addressed most of the questions. So I think it's good timing, and I think it'll be interesting. And if, we find a lot of problems, and that might help guide us during the next period and we go out for bid for a new TPA or something, if that were the case. So, but we're operating in the dark unless we know how good a job. And, so, obviously we're aware of problems that employees have, but sometimes it's the employee's problem. Sometimes it's just a one-off mistake. This gives us a more total view of the TPA's, capabilities and error rates and the scale of any mistakes that are there. So I think it's a good idea.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Richards.
While we're on the subject of health insurance, I think something we should consider in the next several months before a new insurance year starts in 27 is a review of our benefits and the treatments that our plan covers. Technology's changed, treatments changed, pharmacology has changed, and I get the feeling we've left some of our employees and their families behind on some treatments. So I'd like to address that sometime in the near future.
Very good. Anything else? Thanks for putting that together. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
That's going to bring us to item number 20, which is the University of Wyoming Extension Office Memorandum of Understanding. There is a renewal within your packet that extends this from 2026 through 2030. And I believe joining us today is Associate Director of the UW Extension, Matt. Is it Healy?
Healy, yes, sir.
Welcome, Matt. Good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, commissioners. I'm glad I'm here. I also got an email. Well, I had a conversation with our business manager this morning. She mentioned you all may have some concerns about the lack of a compensation agreement for our Hort position that was hired. So I can give you a little context on that and then just give you a little information about the positions. The MOU hasn't changed from last year. It does expire at the end of this month. Once we have that signed, we can get those compensation agreements in place for the 4-H position. The horticulture position, we don't have a compensation agreement for that position because it's part-time, non-benefited. So they're not eligible for sick leave, for example. They may work 10 hours one week, no hours the next. So we haven't typically provided compensation agreements to other counties for those part-time, non-benefited positions. But for example, what we can do is cap what y'all would pay. So for the Park County Hort position, for example, that's also part-time, non-benefited. The county provides an agreement basically that says we agree to pay X number towards their hourly pay, but we wouldn't want you to sign a full compensation agreement for that position because we don't know, we may need less than what we plan for. So we're happy to set something like that up. I can have Ann work on that and get that to y'all in an upcoming meeting. I was only prepared to talk about the MOU today, But I can also update you, that community vitality and health position, that Commissioner Tolman was on the interview committee for. That position, that person will start July 30th. We do pay all the salary and benefits for that position. Our budget only supports maybe some supplies, some printing costs for that position. And then tomorrow morning, I'll be interviewing a candidate for the 4-H educator position. Really hoping to get someone in place by the time your county fair starts.
Thanks, Matt. Appreciate that. Speaking of county fair, it's my understanding, just I'm liaison to the events complex, that I believe it's a statewide approach that you guys are getting away from involvement in putting on the county fairs. And a lot of that is falling back on the fair board or staff themselves. And so, obviously with the lack of a 4-H educator, I mean, I know they've been heavily handed in the planning efforts with that and making sure it doesn't, they don't skip a beat, so to speak. But what is the angle here? Where are we at with that?
So I think, in extension and in 4-H, rumors tend to spread around the state pretty quickly. I work closely with the Laramie County Commissioners because their county fair is the only one in the state where they had 3 separate sets of rules. So they had a fair book, a set of fair rules, a set of FFA rules, and a set of 4-H rules. And so parents were going to that event, 4-Hers were going to that event, and they were getting, there'd be a concern about a certain rule and whether a kid was meeting that requirement or not. And they'd go to the 4-H educator that I supervise, and they'd get a different answer than they would from the fair manager. And so I issued a letter to say that the 4-H educators in Laramie County are still going to be there for the whole fair. They're still going to be, I mean, we, provide support with planning, and we're there the whole time for like hands-on support, 7 to 10 at night. But we wanted to hand the final say on those rules and what happens at the event back over to the fair. So 4-H is there to support, but we're not there to make the final decision on what's happening at the fair. And Shay has taken it upon herself to sort of mirror that approach. I didn't ask the fair here to do that. I was only planning on Laramie County because they have that unique circumstance. It is an approach that I appreciate. We want to support the fair here as much as we can, but I also prefer that the fair has the final say because it leads to less confusion.
So when you say final say, I guess I look at it a little bit deeper than that because from my understanding of it, they're planning, they're scheduling, they're running, and apparently having the final say on the whole process. So you're there for support, but what is that support and what does that look like? Because from my understanding, there is no support because we don't have a 4-H educator. And so they're in crunch time trying to line up the different events and venues and basically running it 100% themselves. And the last communication we had from the extension office was that you were taking over the responsibilities. And then there was confusion there because it doesn't say on an interim basis. It says will be taking over as the county coordinator effective May 15th. And then we're understanding that there's interviews taking place tomorrow. Obviously the horticulture position, community vitality and health. We've got a 4-year agreement that we're looking to expand. We have been primarily keeping that to a 1 year because of these inconsistencies. And so where are we at? I'm kind of confused, and we go through this revolving door about every year, it seems like.
It's tough to keep 4-H educators present. I suggested that I step in as county coordinator here just because I'm doing the same thing in Laramie County, or I was until we hired those 4-H educators. We had a little bit more lead time there, so typically the 4-H any educator in the office can serve as the county coordinator. All that means is they're the liaison to the commission because we recognize that they live locally, they're going to have a better understanding of the needs of the office, they're going to have a better opportunity to develop a relationship with you all. The county coordinator role may or may not help out at fair. Really, that falls on the 4-H educator. And then if that position is vacant, the office associate position, which in this case would be JL. So JL will help with making sure 4-H enrollment matches what, who's bringing projects to the fair, like making sure that all those administrative tasks are handled leading up to the fair. And then the 4-H educator that we'll hopefully have in place by the time the fair actually happens. Typically, the fair would get more support from that person leading up to the fair. So planning, making sure events are organized, like helping identify superintendents if that's the case. That kind of varies county to county. So ideally, yeah, we'd be providing a lot more support. And I apologize that the position's vacant. to be frank, the UW hiring process makes it a little bit difficult to get someone in place really quickly. And the timing of Natasha's departure made it really difficult for us to make sure we had someone in place, which is why I'm sort of rushing to get interviews done tomorrow.
Yeah, and I mean, I can reason with that. We understand the challenges involved with that. It's just kind of, it feels like we're a little bit left in the dark, and that, you know, the county fair staff are having to pick up the pieces. And so then we're like, well, if they're handling the fair, one of the most important segments of a 4-H educator, I would assume, then, you know, we've got budgeted $120,000, but we've got positions that are hard to fill, and it just feels like there's not that relationship there. And I thought we got through this already here a couple years ago. And so, you know, perhaps it's something we need to set up a meeting with some of the events complex staff and try and make sure that we're all aligned and on the same page, because I'm not hearing that we are. So
Well, I can certainly touch base with Shay about that.
I think they're well on their way, and they're prepared, and they're moving forward regardless, because there has been kind of this unknown, and so they're just taking the bull by the horns, no pun intended. But you know, it might help moving forward once you get through this hiring process, just to make sure that, you know, we're all on the same page.
Absolutely. And Shay will be there with us tomorrow morning as part of the interview
Yeah.
process. So
I understand. Additional questions, commissioners? Commissioner Slaughter?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, just a question, and I know we've been through this, and it just doesn't make sense to me. The MOU would be a 4-year MOU, but parenthetically, we have the qualification underneath that it will be reviewed annually. And whenever all or part of the provisions become inoperative or requires additional provisions, doesn't seem to make sense to me. I mean, why are we doing a 4-year contract, but putting a provision on it that it will have to be reviewed annually? And the commission, or the commission chair kind of alluded to the fact, that's one of the reasons I think that we have looked at 1-year contracts previously. It just seems out of context to me.
it could be in there to give you all the option to review it. I think if that wasn't in, and I'm not an attorney, so you may want to ask your county attorney about that, but it gives you the option to say, hey, we've reviewed this and we don't like it for the upcoming year, would be my hunch.
Additional comments, questions, commissioners? My recommendation would be to keep it as a 1-year agreement, especially as we sort through some of these ongoing changes. I think it makes the most sense from my perspective. And I guess I would entertain a motion to approve the memorandum of understanding between the University of Wyoming and the Sweetwater County Board of County Commissioners as presented, while amending the effective date from July 1st, 2026 through June 30th, 2027.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Motion by Commissioner Slaughter. Do we have a second? Second by Commissioner Toman. Further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, nay. Motion's unanimous. Thanks, Matt.
Thank you for your
Appreciate it.
time.
Good luck. It's going to move us to item number 23. We addressed 21 and 22 earlier because we were a little bit ahead of schedule. So this is the request for the approval to install a museum exhibit in the courthouse hallways. And joining us this afternoon is Museum Director David Mead. Thanks for hanging in there with us, Dave.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, for making time for me.
You trying to put a big old boat in the hallway again, or what's the plan today?
You had me running when you changed when you skipped a couple items on the agenda. I was watching it at my desk. I had to bolt over here to try to get here on time. I think that
It's much
happened
harder
once.
from my seat, trust me.
I think this happened once before. Gene Legursky was saying, yeah, Dave's supposed to be here. Anyway, I also didn't get on in your packet, so I'm going to give you.
I think you should put a sheep camp out there with some sheep or something, you know.
Here we go. Plenty to donate. I've been trying to get Bill to give us his. We use it every year, and he comes and takes it back. Sally. Thank you. I pass those out, so if I talk too fast, well, you'll still have what I said. But I will try to talk fast because I know it's been a long day and you still have a lot more to do. So first, I want to follow up on a topic brought to your attention several months ago regarding our 250th anniversary events. At that time, our liaison, Commissioner Slaughter, mentioned to you that the museum was considering an exhibit for the courthouse hallways commemorating the national anniversary and the founding of the state of Wyoming and Sweetwater County. He reported back to us and to our board that you were amenable to that idea, but unfortunately, due to our staff shortage and involvement in many other activities, we were just unable to develop a new exhibit this spring. But I would like to take this opportunity to update you on some of our other activities. In January, we worked with the Sweetwater County Events Complex on their Legacy Silo project, which did receive funding from the governor's sesquicentennial grant. We served as partners for their grant proposal, provide historical content, photographs, and other support for that project. Also, this spring, we collaborated with the Rock Springs Chamber of Commerce and the Rock Springs Historical Museum to work on quite a few other 250th anniversary events, which were partially funded by a grant from Wyoming Humanities. On March 14th, we had a trivia night at the museum. It's at the Rock Springs Museum, and we collaborated with them and the chamber on that, as well as June 9th. We had a historic downtown party bus tour, which we also partnered with the other two organizations. There are, in case you missed those, there are some upcoming 250th anniversary events. This Thursday, June 18th, fireside to tableside at Eve's Restaurant. If you've never eaten there, it's a nice place. 250 years of food, culture, and community. We're going to have a little pop-up exhibit, and there'll be a fundraising raffle to benefit our museums in Sweetwater County. Early September, date to be announced, there's going to be the Rock Springs Chamber of Commerce 90th birthday bash. And we're working on some exhibits and event planning for that too. And in addition to those things, recent activities in April, we had our Highway to History Dinosaur Destinations Tour. And this is kind of the second of a series that we'd like to do, the museum in collaboration with our foundation. But we took a busload of people down to the Utah Fieldhouse Museum and the Dinosaur National Monument and provided them lunch and guided tours. That was a lot of fun. Excuse me. Also, in May, we opened a new exhibit, a long time coming, at the new Sweetwater County Airport Terminal, also a long time coming. But we did finally get that opened in collaboration with the Rock Springs Historical Museum. And if you haven't had a chance to see that, I recommend you go take a look. Also in May, we had our annual third grade history fair, which most of you are familiar with that. All the third grade students in Sweetwater County, it's a week-long event, and they get to do hands-on activities such as butter making and gold panning and calf branding. And yes, they do get to look into a sheep camp, Mr. Tolman. So anyway, to circle back to the courthouse exhibit, there's another anniversary that I think we should commemorate next year. 2027 marks the 60th anniversary of the dedication of the new courthouse building in 1967, which also included the opening of the new Sweetwater County Historical Museum, which we had, the museum had the entire basement of this building. So I propose that an exhibit for the courthouse hallways be developed with historic photos, other archival materials to commemorate that anniversary. I have discussed this with Gene and obtained his approval, providing there are no large objects such as boats in the hallways to constrict egress or constrain accessibility. Anyway, at this time, I'm requesting your approval for this exhibit, at least conceptually, with the courthouse as its venue. pending more information as this exhibit is developed. Thank you again for your time.
Thanks, Dave. Appreciate that. So when you're talking exhibit, are you just talking the photos that are currently on the walls? You're not talking about setting up floor displays or anything like that?
Right.
You're just kind of changing up the,
Change out the photo exhibit, only better and bigger,
sure.
but nothing sticking out on the floor,
Yeah. So
which was Gene's concern, obviously.
yeah. Is it just the main level here? Is it the basement too? What are we
So
thinking?
they're on both levels right now.
Mm-hmm.
All of the photographs that we have of the building of the dam, so those would come down and we would put up graphics, photos and things to replace them. I would also like to look at, I noticed down in the hallway the other day, that some of the graphics down there are looking kind of rough. But
And the attorneys feel left out on their side over there in the reception area too, so you might want to look at that.
that's right.
But no, I mean,
And
from my
your
perspective,
offices,
I think it makes sense and certainly support it, so appreciate the forward thinking. Commissioners, thoughts?
Mr. Chairman, as liaison, I just, when we talked about this, it seemed like it would make sense to me when we originally talked about it, trying to do something for 250th. That didn't work out. I think refreshing the things that are in the courthouse makes some sense, and I think Dave's got a good plan for that. So I would support it.
Any other thoughts? Commissioner Richards?
I support it. I think it's a great idea to refresh what's in our hallways, and the public probably needs to be reminded that this building is 60 years old now.
that's right. The cornerstone was set in August of 1967. And we do have a lot of interesting photographs and newspaper articles and things about what happened then. Henry Chatty was so excited because like in the first month after the new museum opened, he had over 1,200 objects donated, which of course they didn't record very well, as Commissioner Slaughter knows.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead, John.
didn't mean to interrupt, but if you do as a board choose to allow David to do that, and I think David and my predecessor had been working on some pictures in the county attorney's office, so if you approve it generally, if you could include the county attorney's office, if David and I can resume wherever they were at in their discussions.
I would definitely be willing to do that. I sent some photographs, as I recall, different things to do with law and the outlaws in Sweetwater County, but it just didn't happen. But yeah, that'd be very interesting. Douglas Preston, that's a great story. If you're not familiar with that one. Are you familiar with who Douglas Preston?
No, and Teresa must have got those pictures, and so I wasn't part of that, so I definitely would, and I spoke with the county attorney, Aaron Mosby, as well, and he had said that was okay to look into.
Yeah, that'd be interesting. Douglas Preston was Butch Cassidy's lawyer.
Hmm.
And his office was in this
Wow.
building that
Yeah.
was here previously.
Wow.
He was Sweetwater County attorney.
We'll try not to leave out the attorney's office. Mr. Jones, do you have something?
All right.
No, I appreciate that.
I was just questioning the attorney's office, but I guess,
No, I'm told Mayor Mosby's got all kinds of animals over in his office, so we might want to have a little oversight on this here, but
We do have a new large mammal collection that we don't have a place to show.
I think you have our blessing if I'm getting unanimous here. So we look forward to the updates, and if you need any support along the way, just let us know.
All right. Thank you all so very
Thanks,
much.
Dave. Appreciate it. Sorry to pull you from your desk early, man. Commissioners, that does conclude the regular business before us today. However, we do have a need to enter into executive session to discuss potential litigation. It is unknown at this time whether action will be taken upon coming out. But at this time, I'd entertain a motion to enter into executive session.
so moved.
Motion by Commissioner Jones. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Slaughter. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion carries unanimously, and we are now in executive. And we'll Entertain a motion to come out of executive session and reconvene the meeting.
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Tillman, second by Commissioner Jones. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion's unanimous. We are now out of executive session. There is no action to be taken upon coming out. We do have a budget workshop slated for 3:30 this afternoon. Are we going to break for lunch? Do you want to see if I bump that up? What's everyone's pleasure?
To eat, but whatever.
I'm not sure I'll make it through a budget session without something.
Okay,
Have some
we will
calendar.
try and reconvene here at 3:30 for a budget workshop, but until then, this meeting stands adjourned.